Hey, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Deckin Around. My name is Tyler,
I'm Steve.
and today we are so excited to have Shawn Farquhar on the show. Shawn, if you don't know, is a two-time world champion of magic. He is from Canada, which I think it's always astounds me how many Canadian magicians there are out there. And I feel like every time we have a magician on, it's like, oh, where are you from? It's like, oh, we're from Canada. And I'm like, man, like Canada is breeding top-notch magicians for the past several decades, and no one even realizes it until you start asking. But I gotta say, I'm really excited for this show. Steve, I know you're pumped for this one, man.
I am definitely pumped. It's been a while. Probably about a year when I first got into the magic community and I stumbled across Spidey. And we all love Spidey, obviously. And he used to always talk about Shawn Farquhar, and here he is. So I'm pretty excited. If Spidey speaks highly of you, you got to be pretty rad. So I'm looking forward to this one.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. This is really going to be a fun episode. Obviously, we have our little pre-show ahead of time, and we had a blast talking to Shawn, so I know this is going to be an exciting episode tonight. But guys, before we jump into it, we're going to take a quick word from our sponsor here, so sit tight.
Hummingbird Feathers mimics the shimmer of a hummingbird in motion. Meticulously created with a specialized printing process using multiple holographic foils. Stunning tuck design and sculpted embossing with master letterpress creation. Featuring limited, standard, and gilded 3-deck sets. Pre-order yours today at marvelousdecks.com.
So marvelous.
Oh, it's funny, and every time, we talk to Jackson, he always gives you a hard time about saying shimmer. And I always mean to listen for it when we watch the ad reel, and I always miss it. I don't know how, but I literally never hear you say shimmer. And I'm just like, all right, cool. So
you always missed it. Did you miss it today too?
I missed it today too. I don't know how. It's like halfway through, I forget. So everyone, though, this is going to be a fun episode. And also, this is episode 48. We are getting very close to the 1-year anniversary of Deckin Around. So guys, not only are we going to be having some banging guests going forward, obviously, but we're also going to be doing something fun for our 1-year episode. So make sure to keep an eye out for that too. It's going to be in about a month. So without further ado, let us bring on the man himself, Shawn Farquhar. What's up, Shawn?
Yeah, Shawn.
Hey, Tyler, Steve, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
If I were any better, I'd be twins.
Dude, I like that backdrop you got going on there.
Thanks. This is kind of cool, huh?
I gotta say, between the brick wall and the TV in the corner, I feel like you're doing this from like some awesome bar. Like
It's my neighborhood pub.
There you go.
My house, but it's my neighbor, and the beer is cheap.
There you go. That's the best part about drinking in your own pub, right?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Man.
Profit.
So how have you been? How's life during quarantine been treating you?
I'm okay. I was better months ago, on a slow progression down, but the fat lady ain't sang, so it's not over yet. So I'm staying in the game.
Well, and I feel like this is probably hitting you a little bit harder than most people. You have your own brick and mortar parlor, magic shop. So, or magic perform. What is it? Stage
Showroom.
venue. Venue. There we go. That's
what I call it.
There's the word I was looking for. Yeah, exactly. Your magic speakeasy, and so that's definitely got to be hurting there. But have you been picking up with a lot of the Zoom kind of style of things?
Kind of just I kind of fought it. I started right away when we hit back in March. I went on Facebook and did a Facebook live video thing talking to a green dot, and did a full hour and hated every moment of it. Went, yep, that's the end of that. And then watched a lot of people. When Zoom became big, I went, yeah, not into that. Tried Instagram. Instagram was fun because I got to actually bring people in and talk and do stuff.
Yeah.
I did a series of what's in Shawn's garage today because I've got a pretty big garage, 6-car garage that's just filled with crap. So I went through that.
6-car garage. So you're the one who has all the Jerry's Nuggets.
Well, I have 9 cars worth of garages.
Man,
the 6th one is just filled with stuff that you've always wanted. My dad was a toy collector and a coin collector, stamp collector, and a collector of anything. And so I made a joke saying, I guarantee whatever you call for, I've got. And people did call for stuff. And I mean, really random stuff. And I found it all.
Oh my God. Cool. Tyler, When are we going to Uncle Sean's house to go check it out?
Dude, once lockdown's done, we have a lot of places to travel, but this garage sounds epic, so it's definitely top of the list.
We'll have to do a show live from the garage.
Live from Sean's garage. That would actually be a phenomenal podcast title right there.
Could be a blast. I had things like a drive-in theater microphone, the speaker, from 1954 drive-in, and
that's really cool.
Payphone, because everybody should have their own payphone.
All right, damn,
pretty random. And I found a 2/3 size R2D2 that was voice controlled. I shipped that to a person in Ontario. Gave it to a young girl named Sienna as a gift, and her parents freaked out because apparently she's old school Star Wars fan. And then I found a Yoda, and the Yoda was fully automatic,
full size Yoda.
and talked and told stories of past Jedis. It was really cool.
What? This sounds like the coolest stuff ever.
There's some pretty cool stuff.
I gotta say, man, that's impressive.
We called dibs on that episode.
What else did I get? Like a ViewMaster with Mickey Mouse's face on it.
Nice. That's actually really Mickey Mouse's face.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Steve, I was like, "What? Do you not know who Mickey Mouse is?"
No, I didn't. Speaking of Mickey Mouse, we'll wait to dive into this, but I got a couple of questions about girl Mickey.
Oh, God.
Long story short, I got into the Zoom thing. I've done 2 live Zoom shows now, live Zoom, and I got the next one January 30th. I'm going to try another one. It's exciting to figure out how to do it because my show is interactive and it's a choose your own adventure. The audience picks the tricks that are going to be in the order they're going to be.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's really weird, but really fun.
That is cool. I mean, your last Zoom, you had what, 100 people? Or 400 or something.
437.
That's crazy. Yeah. Didn't you have like 100 people at once though?
We had a game of heads and tails. There were 437 people attending, and we got down to, in the first 2 rounds, down to 100, and I had to get it down to 1 person. It took a good 3 minutes, but it was really fun.
Dude, that sounds like a good time though. And I think that's the one thing that a lot of people are enjoying about Zoom is you do have that ability to still be interactive. And I think at first, a lot of people weren't realizing or embracing that interactivity. Like you said, talking to the green flashing dot wasn't exciting for you.
Oh, it was soul sucking. It took everything. I remember ending and just going, that's the most energy I've expended in the last 5 years. And I don't think I got, and this is I got nothing back. I am fine with giving up my entire, I've done shows where when I walked off the stage, I could barely move. I gave up so much energy and loved it. But I was so happy because the energy that came back from the audience was tenfold, and it fed me to keep me going. With talking to a green light, there's no energy, and there was not even this. It was just me talking to a green light, going and seeing a little chat thing on the side. And every time I went to look at the chat, I've got not bifocus, what do they call them? Whatever the progress
transition. Oh, progress. Okay, there you go.
So I have to do this to read. And so it was like, look up my nose, and I'll do this again. Look up my nose.
I mean, when you have 437 people in the chat room, you can't even catch up with comments anyway. You just, every once in a while, you got to read one of them, and you're lucky.
Oh, I did that with the Instagram, and I was reading the comment. Paul Kozak from Hawaii came on and said, "Hey, bro," and I went to read his, and it said, "Get a nose hair trimmer."
Nice. Well, guess who just came in the chat?
Yeah, we have a big fan in the chat tonight. We got Spidey on. Yeah,
love that man.
Spidey is an amazing guy. So
we love Spidey. That's for damn sure.
And like I was saying earlier, it's funny. We've had so many guests on, and every time we're getting to know everyone. I'm like, oh, where are you from? Like, so many people are big into magic in Canada. Like
the water.
Makes sense. Sure, why not? Like, makes just as much sense as anything else. So, but yeah, it always like throws me off. I'm always like, wow, like we've had a lot. Like, there's a lot of really well-known, motivating, and just innovative Canadian magicians. Blows my mind.
Yeah.
Our history is huge. If you look at Ross Bertram and Di Vernon and Doug Henning, Martin A. Nash, the guys who are the guys, they're all from here.
What was that guy? Box Henry? What was his name?
He was Brown?
Box Brown. That's it. Box Brown.
Yeah. He was American and he smuggled himself out of the country in a bomb.
But he ended up in Canada, right?
Yeah. Yes. In Canada. Yeah. He was doing talks across the United States, and slavery people were trying to catch him because he was an escaped slave. Clever to actually box yourself up at the and chip yourself away.
You know, that really is brilliant.
Spidey says Shin was born in Canada. End of discussion.
End of discussion.
Shin used to live just down the road from me.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I mean, and that's the thing. I always try not to like default to Shin because there really are like a plethora of phenomenal magicians coming out of Canada. But I remember not too long ago too, Lee Asher was actually doing research into the first magician to really be titled a magician in Canada. And it was like a lot earlier than I can even remember at this point. And I was just like stunned at how far back that lineage really goes.
It goes very far back. I was thinking when Harry Houdini passed away, Bess Houdini named a magician as the successor. Harry had already done it, but Bess named one, and it was Bill something Everhart from Canada, from British Columbia. And I met his granddaughter when I was going to high school. She said, "Oh, my grandfather used to be a magician. Bill Harkness, that was his name." And she said, "My grandpa was Bill Harkness." And I went, "Bill Harkness? You mean the successor to Houdini?" He said, "Oh, something about that." Yeah. I'm like, how could that be something about that?
How's that not what you lead with? Like, hi, you don't even know my name, but I'm Houdini's successor. What's up?
I'm the granddaughter to Houdini. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is so
these
awesome.
stories that we're gonna hit on this like episode is gonna blow me away. Can we just talk like all night so we can hear all these amazing stories? We were just talking before the for the pre-show, and I had a deck of Podues for anybody who knows the art of play Podues, and which is a Cardini deck. And Sean's like, "Oh yeah, is that an original?" I'm like, "Yeah, I wish." He goes, "Yeah, Cardini gave me one," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'll just put mine away now.
Bizarre story. I was in Florida. I went for the opening, representing Canada to open up Epcot Center, and afterwards, my parents took me to see my grandma and my grandpa, who had moved from Ontario to Florida, and they were in a little place, Punta Gorda. Across from the trailer park they were living in, across the freeway was a little strip mall. And in the strip mall was a magic shop that I discovered. I was so excited. I went over, spent the day looking at stuff. I had a few bucks in my pocket, and I was going to buy this little pill bottle magic trick, where you do the paddle move to keep the little bead in place. And the guy sitting on the bench by this table, he goes, "Don't buy that." He says, "It's just a trick. Buy a good deck of cards or buy a book." And I was like, "Yeah, right." And I was back to playing with the thing. He goes, "I'll tell you what, if you buy a book on card magic, I'll give you a free deck of cards." And I was like, "Really?" It was just a guy sitting in the place. And so I bought a book and on cards, and he gave me a deck. And then he showed me a couple little things. And then he got up and left. And I hung out for about another hour. And then I went home. And when I got home, I sat down. My dad says, "What'd you do?" I said, "I found a magic shop." My dad, being a magician, was very interested. "Oh, that's cool." And he goes, "Yeah." And this old guy gave me a deck of cards. My dad looks and says, "Really? What'd the old guy look like?" I said, "I don't know. Skinny guy, big nose." My dad goes, "Do you have an accent?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Do you think he's still there?" I said, "I don't know, but I don't think so." My dad
Does he have white gloves on?
Got in there. The shop owner goes, "Yeah, it was Richard Pitchford." He goes, "Seriously?" He says, "Does he live around here?" "I don't know. He's been in for the last few months." And I was like,
that is
cool.
The
coolest story ever. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's like a Forrest Gump story.
Really kind of a cool moment, right? Like, I hope that in my life, when I'm old, that I can do that, even if when they leave, they go, "Farquhar who?" Still to be able to do it in a way that they go later in life, they go and say, "Oh, really? That was somebody or did something."
Yeah.
I mean, you must live close to Spidey. You could just do that with him, and you'll.
No, we're pretty much the opposite side of the country.
Wait, where in Canada are you?
I'm in Maple Ridge, British Columbia, so right above Seattle.
Oh, okay. Well, I've spent quite some time in Squamish.
Okay, I'm about 40 minutes from Squamish.
Nice. Up 99 or?
So you would take Lougheed to 99, then 99 straight up to it.
Oh, cool. Because I used to go from there to Whistler, like through Paradise and stuff. I used to do a lot of bouldering up there.
I filmed a movie in Squamish called K2 with Michael Bain, and there's magic at the start of it. And we filmed it all at in Squamish on the mountain face.
On the Chief?
Yeah, there was a fun moment. I taught him to do a vanish of a ring. And then it was the opening sequence. He's in a bar. He takes a ring from this girl, makes it disappear. And then he says, "Would you like to know where it is?" Reaches into her cleavage and pulls it back out. At which point she goes, "Cool." And he said, "Did you like it?" She said, "Do it again." in the end, it's been edited from the film, I think, because of the actions of him reaching in and pulling it out of a woman's cleavage is not as acceptable now as it was when the movie.
Sounds like a Jabrizi trick.
That is so good, though.
This one can be done live.
Not too soon.
Okay.
That's so cool. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful place. So it's cool that you live over there. I used to live right below Spidey in Boston. So
Really?
yeah.
I love Boston. I always wanted to go when Paul Gertner had his Magic Theater there. It was the place to go and to check it out. Hopefully it'll open again. Paul amazes me that he opened up in a hotel close-up show for just 20 people around a table. He wanted to be like the old Eddie Fector style where you are just elbow to elbow leaned in. And now that's just not possible. So his place is closed. But if it comes back, I certainly want to travel to Boston just to check that out.
That'd be cool. I don't remember, because I've always been into magic, but I was never like in the community or, involved in anything. But I remember in Faneuil Hall, there used to be this magic shop. And it's no longer there. Last time I went, probably about 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. It was no longer there, but they used to have a really cool magic shop.
That could be said of just about every magic shop in North America.
Pretty much. Yeah, right. Especially nowadays, right?
When I was putting together my speakeasy, the first fake storefront, because there's a fake storefront, then you go in. So the first one was a tailor shop. And the idea was I wanted someplace that wouldn't be robbed and that nobody would have any interest in going into. Tailor shop is perfect, right? So that was my idea. And you went into the change room, and through the change room, you got to go into the theater. So then when we were rebuilding the storefront in the front, we said, what's another place that nobody cares about, no one would rob? And my friend said to me, let's do a magic shop.
That's perfect. The playing card shop. Magic shop.
Yeah.
That's true.
Everyone knows you're definitely not walking out of there with big bills. So that's too funny.
We made it a curiosity shop, and it's even funnier because I just took a bunch of the crap out of my 6-car garage and put it there.
Man,
Dude, that would be so cool. Like a museum
6-car garage alone, like the garage alone being that large just astounds me. But then being filled with awesome stuff is so much better.
Well, I moved tons of stuff over, like a full size. I don't know, full size. I'd say maybe 1 6-size X-wing fighter, and
That's us.
the full Darth Vader helmet with a lightsaber, and Lincoln logs and stuff.
I used to love Lincoln logs.
I found an entire comic book rack. And so I filled it with comic books because I've got probably, 1,000 comic books, but I found more than 50 of them that were all magic themed, like Xanthera and Mr. Miracle and Peter Ravine, the hypnotist. I had one called Ravine and Sons, the comic book. So I filled the entire comic book rack with them and one Hellboy, just so people can be thrown out.
One Hellboy. That movie was terrible.
Oh my God. So
Dude,
Spidey
we need
had
to make a trip out to British Columbia, hang out in Squamish, and check out the garage.
I just want to check out the garage. It sounds amazing. So Spidey had a good question for you here, being Spidey, and obviously we love Spidey on the show, so I gotta pull this one in here. Spidey wants to know: did you notice people having an easier time pronouncing your last name after the movie Shrek came out and Lord Farquhar became a classic? Which I'll correct Spidey there. The guy in the movie was actually Lord Farquaad, but also, can I henceforth call you Lord Farquhar?
You can call me Lord Farquhar. I am in fact a lord. I am the Lord of Sealand. Not one of those fake ones like in Scotland or Ireland where you get one square piece of land.
Sealand are the like the water bunker things, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I am a lord of Sealand. I am committed to defending Sealand at all costs. Shall it ever go to war? And I have my certificates for the Principality of Sealand, my passport and everything, and they are all valid and real. It's not like those fake lairdhips in Scotland. I am Lord Farquhar. In fact, I put up one of the certificate is on display at Hidden Wonders because it's like, I love at the end of a show when I let people wander around. When there were people in there, I'm going, oh, this is my lifetime membership in this. This is my member of the Magic Circle with Gold Star in London. This is my Hero Awards. Oh, and I'm a Lord. And then you just move right past it like it's nothing. And I'm a Lord.
That is too funny. Oh my God. A
lot of people started recognizing my name after that. My brother was an animator and brilliant and worked on that project. And he walked around with a T-shirt that said, I am Lord Farquhar. But he's like 6'6", 240 pounds. So it's the exact opposite of Lord Farquhar.
That's funny, dude. You've spent some time with some cool projects, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that happens if you don't sleep and you're OCD and ADHD. You get a lot of projects in because you can't keep anything on track.
That's so funny. Now, do you have any like really cool Disney stories that you can tell us?
Disney stories.
It could be a controversial one.
I'm gonna hold this for a second. Let's hold this for later, and there's a reason for that. Because Steve, you and I talked about this the other day, and I want to make sure that we have a good thing there with that. But that being said, I actually have another question that related to something you just mentioned a little bit earlier. Was the working on some of the projects. You obviously aren't just a magician. You own your own venue. You do perform magic, but you've actually consulted on a lot of stuff as well.
Yeah, I think somewhere in the count, I think 50 or 60 different television motion pictures. One series like the X-Files, that's like years of it, and Flash and Arrow and things like that are years of consulting. Nice. But then there's other ones where it's just a movie. Done a lot of that. And it came to me in the weirdest way. I had a house fire. A guy Molotov cocktailed my apartment building. And
wow. Okay.
That's when I pulled the people out of the fire. So I pulled a bunch of people out of the fire. It made the news. I got a bunch of hero awards. And one of the producers for a motion picture with 20th Century Fox saw it because all the footage was, you would think, oh, look, his place burned down. Here's a sad guy. But every time I came out of the building the next day that was burned, I was coming out with this conscious thought, don't look sad or depressed. They're not getting that story from you. So every time I came out, I was like, burning down the house, my house. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Every time I go, and cut. And they aired some of it. And an executive producer from 20th Century Fox found me. I was staying at my girlfriend's mother's place because our place was burned down. Hey, we're wondering, do you have the ability to roll a 50-cent piece across your knuckles? And I'm like, what kind of sick person are you? Didn't you see the footage? My hands were all bandaged because I pulled people out of fire and I burned my hands and my hair and all sorts of stuff. And they were like, we didn't mean like tomorrow. We just meant, can you? I said, yeah, when my hands heal, I can. Oh, good. We'd like to hire you. And for what? I said, oh, I work on a movie. It's called 20th Century Fox. The movie's called Fly 2. It's a horror movie. And the character rolls a 50-cent piece across his knuckles. And I'm like, yeah, what does that pay? And they said, $60 an hour will pay you for 10 hours a day. And I'm like, yes. And it was like, this is, the 90s. It was like 88.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. And the sequel, there was Fly. This was Fly 2. So Goldblum wasn't he wasn't attached to us. Eric Stoltz and Daphne Zuniga. And Eric Stoltz was the son. So it was the birth of the baby that came out of what's her name?
Weaver.
Yeah. So this was this little boy being raised. Harley Cross was the young boy. He went on to some fame. I taught him magic, and they had a magic theme that ran through the entire thing with this little boy learning cards and doing magic and then rolling the 50-cent piece and becoming Eric Stoltz. And Eric Stoltz insisted that we all call him by Martin Brundle, which was his character's name, on and off. So that was kind of weird.
That's funny.
Yeah, but I did that motion picture. I started because I was just supposed to teach or film this moment, but they took a shining to me, and so they invited me to come in and be a kid wrangler. So I was there looking after Harley Cross and all these kids to keep them all calm and quiet on the set. And I did magic for them. The next thing I knew, I was sitting on a set watching. This is fun. I'm watching a special effect. The effect was Eric Stoltz is going to throw a champagne bottle, hit a mirror. The mirror is going to shatter, and you're going to see that he's being observed by all these people in a lab behind it. And I went into the room to watch what was going on, standing next to this big gruff guy. I said, so what's going on? He says, oh, we're about to do the effect. And he explained, yeah, the bottle's going to hit, shatter. Boom. I said, that big a mirror? It's going to shatter? And he's like, yeah. I said, it's going to bounce like a trampoline and kill that guy. He goes, no, it won't. And he threw the champagne bottle. It bounced, beamed Eric Stoltz right in the head. And I was like, wow, that was fun. So we had the rest of the day off. The next day I came in again. Like, so what are we doing today? Same gag. I said, what? They're going to put a helmet on him? They said, no, they filled the bottle with epoxy. So it's really heavy. I said, well, it's just going to punch a hole through that size of mirror. And I go, yeah, right. And it did. It punched a perfect hole right through. And the guy turns and looks at me and says, okay, Mr. Magic, how would you do it? I said, well, I'd probably, score the back of the window like a glazier would. So it's got little scratches. So there's some tension to break the surface tension. I said, I'd probably, when the bottle is about to hit, have somebody stand outside with like a hammer and hit just the corner of the mirror so the vibration goes in one direction. And then the whole mirror will shatter. He goes, right. And I said, well, that's what I do. So we were out for lunch for like 2 hours while the glazier came in and replaced this big mirror that had a hole in it. And they came back and I said, so what are we doing now? And he says, well, they've scored the back of the mirror from the glazier and they have these little squibs around the edge, which are electronic little thumpers.
Yeah.
This is sort of like my idea. He says, no, it is your idea. I told them to try it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I said, what do you do? And he says, I'm Gary Paller. I'm in charge of special effects. I'm like, oh.
So good.
So that day I changed jobs from working as the kid wrangler to special effects advisor and worked for special effects for, I think, the next 5 years.
That is amazing.
Dude, so cool.
Things. We burned a town down.
What was your absolute, Mark? Thank you very much, brother. What was
Thank you, Mark.
Absolute favorite set to work on?
Oh, that would depend on what we're talking about. Fun to work on. I worked on a TV show called Jack's Place. It starred Hal Linden and Finola Hughes, and they did 2 magic episodes. And Hal Linden is famous for Barney Miller, but after that, he did an entire television series called Black's Magic, which is all about a magician. And the technical advisor for that was Jim Steinmeier. So hanging out with Hal Linden while he told me Jim Steinmeier stories was just epic.
That's awesome.
Because every time I had a new idea, he goes, say, I wonder what Jim would think of that. I'm like, me too. I wonder what Jim would.
Oh my God, man.
It was a blast. And after I did the first episode, my father told me at that point, he wasn't well, but he told me that he'd had a crush on Finola Hughes for years. And was there any chance he could meet her? So my dad lived far away on Vancouver Island. I brought him over and had him stay at my place and brought him to the set and snuck him onto the set so that he could meet Finola Hughes. And I said, just hang out here by craft services, have some peanuts, chips, soda, whatever, and I'll bring her to you. About a half an hour, they were still shooting. I see this whole crew all upset. And I'm like, what's going on? He says, I don't know. Somebody picked up all the wedges for the dolly track. And they put down these little wooden wedges to where the dolly track's going to go, then lay the track, then put the dolly on it. My dad saw them and thought someone might trip over them. So he picked them all up and collected them. Services. And of course,
so good.
Somebody called him on. He said, well, that wasn't safe. You shouldn't do that. In my era, if you put something on the ground backstage, you'd at least illuminate it so people could see it. Not like, it's a TV, Dad, not a theater. It's not a theater.
Right?
Yeah.
So good.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Somebody said, ask you about Ninja Turtles.
Oh, there you go. Who said that?
Dan Sklar.
Oh, good for you, Dan. I know Dan. Dan's awesome. So about 3 years ago, I got interviewed. I was jet lagged. I'd flown from Europe into the United States, super jet lagged. And Scott, a friend of mine, asked me if I would do one of his podcasts. And so we had 2 or 3 scotches. And I told a story I didn't think I'd tell anybody. And that was, I worked for the Saban brothers as a special effects advisor, which ended up getting a part in the show. I was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Oh, that is
the
sick.
live action version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when they did the television version that was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation.
Okay.
What?
The Next Mutation. They introduced another turtle.
Really?
Yeah, because they wanted the demographic for females, so they had a female turtle named Venus de Milo, and I was Venus de Milo. That's right. I was the chick turtle.
Really?
Oh my God! First of all, I need to watch this. I need to watch this movie now. I know what I'm doing this weekend.
It's really.
I'm gonna pull it up right now so I don't forget.
It's a series. It's not like a movie. It's a series.
I'm gonna binge. Oh, it's 26 episodes. I'm gonna binge the whole thing.
Yeah, and you'll see Venus de Milo. I've got a nice chest. I produce these little balls that pop up on the top of a fan and fly off. And
Nice.
To be clear, there's more than one person playing a turtle. There's your stunt turtle, your martial arts turtle, the expressionistic turtle, and then the special skills turtle. And I'm the special skills turtle with anything that's got little bits of magic in it. They never paid me any on it. in the end, I got like 1/3 of my payoff the Saban brothers. They actually weren't able to film for another like 6 years in Vancouver because of their failure to pay. I went through a run of about 6 when we worked on X-Files. X-Files, you worked for about 4 months, and then you had a lot of time off while they negotiated for the millions of dollars per episode they were going to do the next ones for. So our crew had nothing to do, and we all got booked. All of us got booked for a series called Mantis. If you ever get to see that, it's got like Carl Lump. Everybody in it is fairly famous, but the writers were terrible. And even though the crew was perfect, I mean, a crew that put out the X-Files, you know, internationally acclaimed, we could do nothing to polish a turd. It's just, you can put glitter on it, still a turd. That's a quote from Mike Close. You can't do anything to it.
94 to 95.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember seeing like a commercial for this back in the day. Yeah.
It was one of those shows that was there to try to hit every demographic. It was an African-American paraplegic working with a street savvy Hispanic cop with a Jewish scientist. It was just a little bit of everything.
It's a Sam Raimi production. That's why.
Exactly.
I love it. Right in the vein of Hercules and Xena. You know, you got it there.
Yeah, but Xena found its mark. It went looking for the women's prisons, and it did find it.
Oh my gosh.
When they when they did an entire episode of magic with this killer magician. And there's some really great stuff in that the Mantis one. I had the guy hover across the stage. The movie Dracula had just come out, Nosferatu, and they loved that scene where the Dracula just hovered around the ballroom. And so I built this entire hoverboard thing that could move in all directions. It was like a automotive lazy boy, but the wheels inverted with 4 points, so 4 people could move the track. So he could just hover across the stage, and he was only inches off the ground with a dry fog on it. Looks very cool. A full crematorium on stage that he got into and burned. Oh, and that's a good story. I laid out all the plans, designed the entire thing, gave it to the carpenters to build and the set design people and the props people. And when it was finished, it didn't look like what I asked for. And I said, there's some changes here that I think are significant that could, cause harm to the person who's going to get into it. And they said, yeah, but it looks much better. They painted with graphite paint. And I'm like, graphite is like an element that holds heat and conducts heat. You shouldn't use that because it's going to be filled with flame and it's going to be twice as hot because of, the graphite in it. Oh, I don't think you're right. And then there's a chamber where the person is going to hide when they burn, because it's going to be left with just, the skeleton with bits of flesh burning on it. In the chamber where the person was going to hide, they thought it would be really smart to put a bottle of oxygen for the guy.
Oh my God.
Oxygen next to a flame bar. So I argued for like 2 hours. The stunt guy comes up to me and Peter says, so how do you feel about it? I said, well, I wouldn't get in that box. He goes, well, then I don't feel good about it either. He said, but you designed it. I said, that's not what I designed. He goes, all right, well, how do we do this? I said, I don't know. He said, well, I got an answer. So they called the executive producers. All the people all came around. He goes, so I think we should test this because Shawn has some concerns. It wasn't built the way, and the people who built it say it's fine. So why don't we just run it for like a minute? It's going to film for 3 minutes of flame, but we'll run it for a minute just to see, what the temperatures are and how it is. So they ran it for a minute. And then when they turned off the flame bar, it continued to burn until it burned down to just legs. And then they built it again correctly.
That's hysterical.
Yeah,
That's funny. You've saved a lot of time for them by consulting. Now,
my favorite part was saving them time. I worked on a series called The Highlander, and it was,
nice.
They would go.
I remember The Highlander too. Yeah,
me too. That was.
Oh my God, I feel like you worked on like every one of like my childhood favorite TV shows. Yeah, this is awesome.
Wait, hold on. Did you work on Buffy or Angel?
I did not. I really wanted to work on Buffy. I seriously did, but I did not. And they weren't filmed up here. So anything that was filmed in this area, I pretty much got my fingers in at some point. Yeah. Even just recently, just before the pandemic, The Good Doctor is filmed up here. And the guy called me up and said, yeah, apparently we have to have you on this show.
Now, Spidey wants to know, did you do the crossover with the Power Rangers when you were on the Power Rangers show?
When you were the female? You didn't?
Yeah, that wasn't filmed here either. That's an interesting thing. If you watch the Power Rangers thing, their original ones were all filmed in Japan, and then they just inserted the Caucasian actors here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That was another one that wasn't filmed up here.
There's actually is it Netflix, or there's a documentary about it actually that they talk about it.
There's a great series on Netflix about all your childhood shows. And like that there's a Japanese version of Spider-Man. And Spider-Man has a machine gun.
I mean, that would have been much more helpful because otherwise all he had is a web shooter. So
and he fights robots because it's Japan. And he has a fighting car.
See, the thing that always stuck out to me about the Power Rangers, and this kind of ruined it for me, was that the original Red Ranger like went to jail for murder, and I was just like, all right, that sucks. So but I guess
someone like outside a garage or something.
He killed his roommate with a samurai sword.
Wow. I did not hear that. Really?
Yeah, the original Red Ranger killed his roommate with the samurai sword, and went to jail. Like, I don't know if he got out, but that kind of changed the dynamic of Power Rangers for me, because I'm like, you can't really be a superhero and like a strange dude kill someone with a samurai sword. So
this is another reason I never had a roommate. When I was younger, I met my wife, and so we were always just together. I never had roommates, but I remember when I first started dating Lori, this is a long time ago, there was a story of the guy who woke up and had a really splitting headache, and when he went to the bathroom, he saw he had a crossbow through his head. That his roommate shot him in the middle of the night, and it gone right through, and he went to the hospital and lived. And he has the x-rays that he was selling to raise money of the crossbow going through his head.
That's horrifying.
Another reason not to have a roommate.
No, 100%. 100%. Like,
and you know what? It doesn't even matter. Like, it could be your girlfriend. It could be your wife. Dude, I watch those shows all day long, and I listen to them all day long. It doesn't even matter. Every once in a while, I'll go in the kitchen. I'll say to Leslie, I'll be like, can you not stab me in my sleep? Literally 2 days, or was it yesterday or 2 days ago? We were missing a knife. We're just mysteriously missing a knife. And she's like, where did all our knives go? I was like, are you hiding a knife under the pillow?
My friend Fred Klett has a funny story. He's a comedian, works on cruise ships, and he talks about how he was on a cruise ship once, and it was really rough. The sea was rough all night. He and his wife in bed, really rough, like frighteningly rough. In the morning when he woke up, his wife was lying in bed with her life jacket on. Like, he didn't wake her up and tell him to put his on too. She was fine with being the only one that was going to survive.
That's creepy. Yeah, you got to be careful, man. It doesn't matter who it is. Someone could like black out, and next thing you know, you're in the hospital.
Scary.
It is, right?
Yeah.
I was always like something that I have cameras in my house, but I won't put one in my room. Because in my head, the creepiest thing for me is if I wake up like the next day and then watch my camera, my footage, and then see someone like standing over my bed or something.
Standing there.
Yeah, or even if it's my girlfriend standing over me, like looking at me, I'd be like.
Somebody said that in a comedy show, and the line was, it says, you're much prettier when you're awake.
That's scary.
It is, right? Do you know that Robert Munch book, I'll Love You Forever? No?
Yeah.
It's an iconic book story about a mother who says to the baby, I'll love you forever, forever, I'll love you, blah, blah, blah. And it goes through this entire, when he grows up, and then when he's gets married, she drives over to his house with a ladder on the roof of the car and puts it through the window and then sits next to his bed and sings it. And the ending is just him at a care home with his mother rocking her. But I'm thinking, there's a point when a mother drives over with a ladder on the roof of the car to break into a married man's house to sing the song to him, that you should call for a restraining order.
Yeah, right. Because we all know restraining orders work.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's definitely a little bit of a dark turn that book takes, for sure, in multiple ways. Obviously it teaches you to deal with death, but the whole breaking into any grown adult's house, whether it's your child or not.
Yeah.
Weird.
I taught my daughter when she was young, when she was small, our lullaby song for her was Follow Me by Uncle Cracker. Because I really didn't know who Uncle Cracker was, but the song was great. It was like, follow me, it'll be all right. I'll be the one who tucks you in at night, right? And so that part really resonated, and I loved it. And then the first time I saw him, and he's got Cracker with a K. It's like, okay.
Now, what's the Spidey's a jerk. Spidey's a jerk. What's that big song that Uncle Cracker sang? Like the famous one.
That's probably it. Follow Me was the one that probably took him the furthest, but he's had maybe 12 or 14 hits. He was the DJ for Cowboy Kid Rock. He was the DJ, onstage DJ for Kid Rock, and then broke away, got his own stuff. He's done a lot of reboots of songs. I really love his voice, and a lot of his songs resonate when you're traveling because they bring you back home. He has this song about growing up, being a rock and roll fathers are never at home. And it's him writing a letter. I'm writing this letter to let you know I want to come home. And he's talking about his 2 daughters and how he's heard about this and he's heard about that. And it really hurts when I hear those songs because I was doing 285 days a year on the road. And I would drag my family just about everywhere. It was just my thing to make sure that they were there. I just realized my Deckin Around thing disappeared. It went to screensaver because
Thank you, Jackson. Jackson also had a good point. I always forget to say this in the beginning now, but guys, if you haven't already, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Click that bell so you get notifications when we have all these awesome lives, especially because right now, because how could you not be liking this episode?
Yeah,
right. And Jackson will smack you if you don't like the video.
Oh my god, I love it.
Apparently, if you don't like it, it's just as good for the demographics on YouTube, though. So if they don't,
you can dislike it, you can like it. I'm fine with it either way. Just click one of the 2 buttons. Yeah, one of the buttons. I don't care which.
I'm sure we'll get one dislike. We always get one.
I guarantee on every video I've ever put out, within an hour, I get one. So it's somebody who subscribes simply so they can hit dislike.
But you know what, though? Again, that's the funny thing. It still helps you. So, like, that slight dislike is just as good. That always kills me because, like, it just makes me laugh. But at the same time, like, I remember when Steve and I got, like, our first dislike. I was like, dude, we made it. We got a hater. We're doing something right. Someone disliked our video. We're doing something right.
It's probably something I said.
I laughed when I posted my Penn and Teller first Foolish one. I got 2 dislikes, and somebody posted, it's probably Penn and Teller.
So true. That's awesome.
It made me laugh. Yeah. A friend of mine, just as an experiment, he set up a YouTube channel and then posted derogatory comments on mine to see how many people would defend. And it went crazy. There was like 540 comments. And I was like, this is awesome for the channel. Because it's like, no, I'm going to defend. And he's going, yeah, whatever. This is blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
that's brilliant.
It was really clever because it just drove the numbers up.
I'd be down.
We'll just have like some random person come in here and be like, Tyler, you suck. Your beard's ugly. Steve, you're an idiot. You don't know how to say shimmer.
So Jackson's gonna come in.
Something that people can defend easily and have fun with, and then and especially if you make the user's name something that's easy to pick on, like Slow Dawn or something like that,
or Little Pinky.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not that smart. Anything like that.
Goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh.
Brilliant. We're gonna do that.
Yeah. Great marketing tips.
Thank you, Jackson. Thank you.
And your beard sucks. Look at that. King Wild Project comes right in with it.
I know my beard sucks. It's so annoying. I'll be honest. It's tiring. But
I tried during the start from March, April, May. I grew a beard and realized that first I looked mean, and second it itched all the time, and it was small, and then one day I said,
sounds like a problem there, Shawn.
Yeah, like it's weird. So I asked on Facebook. I've got like I think 14,000 followers. So I said, "Hey, let's do a poll," and more than 5,000 people clicked in on either keep it or it was save or shave is what I picked. Save or shave. and it came right down the middle, dead down the middle. So I shaved this side off. And
that's epic. Did you post a picture of it on your Instagram?
I posted a video. I posted pictures. I did interviews.
We gotta go watch that.
Oh yeah. My daughter, who's at the time was 20, was so embarrassed. Going, seriously, Dad, stop. Just stop. That's just wrong. It's like, no, this is awesome.
Oh man,
that's awesome. Spidey says I can post derogatory comments about Steve if you guys want. I told him he's the positivity guy. Nobody's gonna.
He can't be the negative guy. It's Spidey.
Yeah, he can't. It just wouldn't work. Nobody would.
Spidey is absolutely one of the. I have to say, he really takes it to the next level with his stuff there. Like I remember when Steve and I got on a live stream with him one time. The first thing out of his mouth, he's like, "Listen, guys, if there's any bullying in this chat, you're out of here." And I was like, just floored. I'm like, this dude, like, he knows his audience, so he knows that there's kids in there who are, impressionable with that stuff. He knows that that's what it's about, is the positivity, and crushes it, which absolutely respect that.
Responsible, I think, and it's easier to be positive than it is to be negative. I mean, I remember when the house burned, and the reporter came over and said, "You've just lost everything. How do you feel?" And I remember looking right at the camera, and going, "It's going to be the easiest move I've ever had." It's like, there's always a silver lining. It's just too often people want to pity and look to the bad side because they think the bad side will give them more given to them. But the fact is, if you're positive, so much more will flow to you. I really believe in that.
100%. It's interesting too, because you could see it, right? You could see it on Instagram when people post something negative, and then all of a sudden 2 days later they're like, my car broke down. And then like 2 days later, they're like, I broke my foot. And then 2 days later, they're like, I broke my pinky. And then 2 days later, they're like, my hair burnt off. And it's just these in succession, these bad things. It's like, wow, you must have done some really bad things recently that you're having all this bad luck.
Karma's coming at you.
Yeah, right.
Shawn, I will pass along a little bit of advice here, though. If you ever do decide to grow beard again, to stop the itch, you have to get beard oil, and you have to use it like twice a day until it comes in decently. And once you get past that initial itch phase, you're good to go.
See, I didn't even know there was a thing called beard oil.
Yeah, it's basically like essential oils for your beard that like they add a little bit of scent, but it helps keep the skin underneath moist, which is really where a lot of the dryness causes the itching, really. So
I was literally putting vitamin E and just soaking it down and going, there you go. But then I look like this guy who owned a porn store, so that wasn't good.
Well, here's the thing, though. You could do the beard oil thing, but if you just wait till it gets past that itchy stage, it stops itching. It's like that.
If you wait till you're past it, it's done.
All I can say is
it doesn't last long.
Months and months and months, and it still didn't look like a really good beard. And
go with the beard oil. It definitely helps, because what ends up happening too, and I didn't realize this until it got longer, beards can get like split ends and have the same issues as like head hair, like longer hair. So the oil is pretty much like conditioning your hair, so it helps out just keeping it healthier. But it's also a process, and it's like I've wanted to cut this off so many times, but I'm so close to like the 1 year mark that I just have to make it for like personal pride at this point.
Oh, cool. I have a couple of YouTube videos with the beard doing like I did the Omni card where the card goes from card to clear. And when I see it on YouTube, every once in a while it comes up like it's a little thumbnail. I go, who's that? I go, oh, yeah, that's me. Because my head goes there and goes, oh, that's it. Oh, yeah, that's me. Okay, just moving on. It's like,
you ever do you go live on Instagram at all?
I used to.
Okay. You ever, well, actually, I think it's a new feature, but when you go live, you get a message or a notification now that you went live. So when I go live, it says, Steve Rosenfield is now live. And I'm like,
the notification comes to you?
Yeah.
Well, it's always good so that you know that, you're not just talking to your phone, I guess.
Actually, Steve, I think I know why that is, though. You know how do your other accounts follow the account you're going live on?
Maybe that's why it's opened up. They're open.
If that's why, it's kicking the notification from one of your other accounts to be like, hey, this guy who follows you. Yeah.
That's so weird.
That's what it is, because you have more than one account. It's then kicking over to it.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before too with like the Deckin Around stuff, and I'm always like, all right, like I get it, but like you'd think Instagram being this trend, just trend analyzing app that knows how to read your mind would also know that you're the same person they're telling you about. But
I found the weirdest part about Instagram Live was I couldn't wait when I turned on and said, hey, I'm Shawn and let's have some fun. But I see everybody else. They're like, okay, we're just going to hang on until we get an audience. And
Yeah.
I watched a dear friend of mine who is I'm not going to say his name, but a prolific performer, creator, entrepreneur, brilliant guy. His Instagram live starts like this.
There's a lot of people that start like that.
It's really uncomfortable. And then he goes, okay, we have some people. And I'm like, wow, I just watched a minute of you staring at me.
You want to hear something really funny, actually? So Tyler and I, we don't usually look at the camera when we're doing our videos, you know, when we're doing our like deck reviews and stuff like that. And there was one time, Tyler, when we first started to, you know, get better video and stuff, you know, we were trying to be a little bit more personable, I guess you could say. And Tyler literally stared at the camera and did the whole first intro scene, which was like probably a minute or two. And it was just really uncomfortable. And I told him, I was like, dude,
I'd like to talk to you like this.
So I've changed the way I do it now. And Steve, see, I do it better now because you haven't even realized that I switched back to it. I've figured out when it's conversational between Steve and I and when it's conversational between the audience and I.
Yeah,
and
no, it works now.
Yeah, and so now when it's like we're talking about like, hey, everybody, welcome to, you know, Deckin Around Deck Specs, that's when I'm looking at the camera because I'm talking to the audience. Sure. But then when I'm talking to Steve, I'm talking like I'm looking wherever he is on the screen. But I also realize now that I have to thank you again, Mark. You really are we really do appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, we have to like, I have to figure out how to position Steve better so it doesn't look like I'm looking down in the corner like this when I'm talking to him. So
it was so awkward. I was like, dude, you can't do that.
Much like Zoom magic and Skype magic, angles matter. So
yeah, that's so true. Did you see what Spidey wrote about Spade?
Yes.
You gotta post that.
I didn't. How do you guys
post it?
I don't.
Tyler will put it up there.
Is it this one?
Yeah. Can't go back to losers like saying.
Oh my god!
I responded. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Honestly, at the end of the day, I love the self-deprecation that Spidey and Xavier are willing to put themselves through. It shows how awesome they are. And I put it in the chat, but I will say it here as well. Spidey, you and Xavier Spade have open invitations to be on the show anytime you want because we love you guys. So
I'm sure.
Yeah. I have to say, Shawn, I don't even like, I'm so mind blown by all of the stories we've already like heard here. And I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of like, are we even past like you being like 21 at this point? Has this been just
20 at that point?
Okay. So this is still like your formative, like young adult years though.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. And
you
so,
you didn't even touch on my early years when I had my own television series.
What?
Yeah. I had my own series on CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I had a show, Magical Interludes, when I was young. A guy named Ed Fernandez used to have a magic show. And when it ended, I got to take over and do magic. And it even went to a thing called Circle Square, which became a Saturday morning program that went up against the Sid and Marty Krofft Super Hour. So my show was up against the most epic television show of ever, which included like Witchy Poo and all those. You won't even know those characters.
This is all Canadian shows.
No. Those are epic, big American programs with a talking flute and Witchy Poo, and it was called HR Puffin Stuff. Google that one.
I know HR Puffin Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So my TV show was directly up against HR Puffin Stuff. So, you know, I did epically well.
Okay. Damn, that's impressive, man. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to check that out. You got to send us some links. Anyway,
I don't show anybody that stuff. This is a fun story. I don't own the rights to any of it, and I didn't got paid anything more than what I did for the filming on those days. So in the early 90s, like 91 or 92, I was up in the interior of British Columbia in the middle of nowhere. Almost, I was going to Hay River, Northwest Territories, and I played this little bar in the middle of nowhere. And the guy says to me afterwards, says, you know, you have a really annoying voice like that kid on Saturday morning. And I'm like, what kid? He goes, oh, he's got like this page boy haircut and red bell bottom, like it was filmed in the 70s or something. I'm going, they're showing my show. He goes, oh my God, is that you? And I'm like, oh my God, it's still airing. And I was like, this was the 90s, and they were airing a show from like 74.
Oh my God, goodness. It's too good.
Yeah,
brilliant. We got to see that show. You have to.
I just recently
have to mysteriously drop it off in the mail so we can watch it.
a documentary right now, and the documentarian found some footage and some old photographs, and he sent them to me. He said, "I just want to confirm this is you." And I'm like, I haven't replied yet because I don't want to. It's like
you just write back, I can't confirm or deny.
Yeah, I neither confirm or deny that the geeky kid is me.
Oh my God.
I played the fifth.
Yeah.
But so it sounds like this was like, I mean, as much as it seems like you fell into a lot of this, like it seems like you've been from an early age kind of destined to be either in front of the camera or working behind it.
Yeah.
Has that always kind of where you wanted to be?
Nope. Had no interest in it whatsoever. I just want to perform. I had so many opportunities to be in front of the camera. There was a movie called Spooky House with Ben Kingsley, Mercedes Ruehl, 2 Academy Award winners.
Yeah.
Bill Sachs was the writer, the director, and the producer, and he hired me as the technical consultant. And within months of the production, he wrote an entire part for me to be in the movie. And it had all my catchphrases and like, it's my job. And I've been doing magic all my life. My mom says when I was born, the doctor slapped me and I said, pick a card. All these things were all put into it. He just loved, he was for a person that just made you feel good about yourself. He had all these great moments for me. And I got to hire all these magicians like Dean Gunnarsson and all the local Vancouver magicians were all in it as assistants and things. And he said, here's the part. We just have a technicality. You have to come in and read what you say so that the people with the money can go, yes. And I remember driving over to the studio lot and parking and sitting in the car looking at the pages. And I just sat in the car until the time was over and it passed. And then I started the car up and drove home because I just didn't want to be in front of the camera playing me as a character of me. It just didn't feel good. And I was nervous and worried and self-conscious. And nope. And I went home. So then 2 days later, I came back for filming and no one even talked about it. We finished the filming over the next month and a half. I flew down to LA to Paramount Pictures where they did the screening. It was the first movie filmed in Dolby Surround Sound. It beat out Austin Powers for that credit.
That's awesome.
I got to go for the premiere. I'm at the premiere. I get to do as one of the talkers, hey, I was proud to be a creator of all the magic you're going to see in this. Ben Kingsley really does the magic, blah, 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 blah. Afterwards, I get to do the interview with people coming out for the commercials. And what did you think of it? When it's all over, Bill Sachs walks up and goes, that was really fun. You're really awesome. I said, thanks, Bill. He said, I got a question. Do you remember when you were going to come in and read for the sides? I said, yeah. I said, why did you sit in the car for like an hour and a half? And I'm like, what? He says, we all sat in the production office looking at you going, is he going to come in?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe if they gave you a female Ninja Turtle costume, you would have.
You would have been right on there.
No problem.
Oh my God.
Place ones. I've got this huge mullet, big long hair coming down in a tuxedo, and I appeared like 3 times. They cut an entire scene where all I had to do was walk between Hal Linden and Finola, stop, say a line, and go. I could not hit my mark or say my line. If life had depended on it. It was like Hal Linden literally, I said, the mark's on the floor, but you don't want me to look down at the mark. So how am I supposed to see the mark to know where I have to hit? And you have to be right on it because the camera's is focused to it. They've drawn a line to your face. You're going to walk to that spot, say your line and move on. And I'm like, how do you do that? He says, I think you just get used to it, Shawn. I said, I can't get used to it. So the only good take, I'm walking and Hal Linden literally held his hand out and snapped me in the crotch because he's like, oh, and here I am.
So good.
Oh my God.
The little secrets of Hollywood.
There you go. Here's our secret. We're just gonna put a string on the back of your head, Shawn, and stop it.
pull on it.
Oh, stop.
Oh my God. I mean, and it seems like, based on a lot of these opportunities you've had, though, I'm assuming you've just been able to meet a lot of interesting people over your time, though.
Oh, I've met people I never imagined I would. And meeting that person got me more people. Like JP Finn was the executive producer for the X-Files, and JP took a shine to me. And he said, I'm going to make a TV show around just you, just being you. And I was like, what? I said, no one's going to watch that. I said, no, people will watch it. It's like, so one day he phoned me up and said, Shawn, you got time to come over to the house? I've got a bunch of people who are having a barbecue. They're investors. Come, be Shawn. So I got in my car. I drive over to North Vancouver to this big palatial estate. I come in.
He waited outside and didn't go in.
No, I had enough courage to go in. I went because it's going to be just me doing magic. I'm okay with that. Magic is my personality. So I got in there and I started doing some magic. They were young, fun people, couples, lots of them. And I did one of my stupid dad jokes before I was even a dad. The guy had a Vancouver Canucks hockey jersey. And I said, hey, I heard they had a practice last night and they lost. It's not a great joke. It's even worse if the guy is the goaltender for the Vancouver Canucks.
Oh my God.
Oh, and every other person at the picnic is a Vancouver Canuck. And that all the investors that he was pitching me to were Vancouver Canucks.
Oh my God.
And so I was asked to leave early, and I left. And as I left, JP like reaches into this box, pulls out a couple X-Files. Here, have these as a gift. I was like, thanks, JP. He goes, we'll try again later, Shawn. Oh, okay. It's like,
oh my God.
He didn't warn you, huh?
You'd say, hey, Shawn, it's going to be a bunch of hockey players. Then I'll stay away from the hockey jokes, or I'll find some. No, it was just, it's a bunch of investors. I guess he didn't want me to be nervous, so he didn't tell me, oh, these are the celebrities of the Vancouver Canucks. This is Paolo Burry and Trevor Linden, and
Well, the funny thing is the last thing you want to do is make fun of hockey to a Canadian, especially a Canadian hockey player.
but it's a good joke in that, hey, I heard they had a practice and they lost because you're playing against yourself. You can't lose. It's like yeah. But I've met some of the coolest. I met royalty. I worked on a film called Burn on a Wire with Mel Gibson and Goldie Hawn.
Yeah.
And I'm walking through the lot and I see Mr. Gibson. There I'm in film mode, Mr. Gibson. I see Mr. Gibson. Says, can you hold this for me? And I'm like, certainly. And he hands me like a garden hose. And I'm like, okay. And I'm holding it. And then he crawls up on top of the trailer. And he says, can you pass that up to me? And I'm like, sure. And I passed him up the hose. And then he says, can you go turn that on? And I'm like, no, I don't think I can. It's like, there comes a point where you're not going to be the person that fills the trailer with water.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be that guy.
Says, well, I want to make sure that it's running before I come down. I said, yeah, no, I can't do that, sir. And he goes, oh, okay, well, help me down. I'm like, okay. So I help him down. And then he runs over and turns it on. He's filling Goldie Hawn's trailer with water because he's a practical joker. He thinks that's going to be funny. And I'm like, okay, walk the other way. Can't be here, can't be seen, can't talk about this. It's like,
you need to establish an alibi immediately.
Yeah. Some pretty cool.
That's before Mel Gibson was a little loopy.
Yeah, before he went kind of a lot loopy, but so many working with people like Eric Stoltz in the magic community, just about everybody I ever dreamed of. All my childhood heroes I got to meet. And what's cool is, they always say don't meet your childhood hero. I disagree, 100% disagree. Just pick your heroes correctly.
But that's so true. It's funny though, because I've met a lot of, I'm not like a person that's like, oh, they're my hero, but like people that I've liked in the music industry, and when I first just, listened to music heavily and started, shooting some photos and then eventually being their photographer. It's definitely let me down. Meeting those people. Yeah, it's definitely when you're around people like 12, 14, 16 hours a day. I mean, as you know, you're probably surprised at how some of them are, Yeah,
I've been around, become best friends with a lot. I'm just really careful on the people that I idolize. I can admire people. And then there's the ones that, like Lance Burton is a personal hero of mine. They don't get much finer as a human being or a better magician or just all around. I remember the first time I met him, I was at the Hacienda. I'd seen him a couple times at the Tropicana perform, but didn't have the courage to try to get backstage to say hello. He was just one of those guys who's going, wow, this guy is epic. I'd seen him on everything. At the Hacienda, I went on the opening night for the opening show and stood in the line to get him to autograph something. And he smiled and talked to me for a few minutes. Then I came back for the second show that night, and then he laughed. He goes, well, you look familiar. I'm like, yes, magic. And I was like, yes, sir. And he goes, well, it's nice to meet you. It was about a year later. My buddy Greg and I went to see the show. Greg hadn't, and I arranged. I tipped the maitre d' so it could be right up at the front, so we were close enough that we could see what we needed to see. And when the show ended, we waited to the end, and Lance looked at us, and the first thing he looked at to us is, "So you're both magicians?" And we went, "Yes, sir." He goes, "You're that guy that bounces balls and turns them into birds," pointing to Greg, and Greg goes, "Yeah." "And you're that guy with the last name I can't pronounce." And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "You guys want to have a beer?" I was like, "Oh my God, yes." It was like so epically different. And then he got his $1 million, his $100 million contract, and he became another level for me. And then I was at the IBM convention. I came into the room at the back of the room to watch the contest. And so I'm leaning against like the tech booth at the back. And this guy leans against the tech booth at the back next to me. This act does this incredible thing. And I'm like, wow. And the guy next to me goes, wow. And then the guy says, "Sure glad they weren't like this when I was competing." I'm like, "Yeah, ditto." And then I look over and I go, "Oh my God, I'm standing next to Lance Burton."
Nice.
And since then, we talk lots, and he made his own movie, and it's like, and he's never let me down. Johnny Thompson, another,
That's cool.
example. I've been really careful to just have really stellar Eugene Berger, people that it's impossible for them to do something so stupid because they aren't that type of person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think that's the really cool thing. We've talked about it on the show before. It's like when you hang around with those people, or you occupy your time with people that are inspirational and actual good people, it just takes your level up, whatever it is you're doing. If just, through work, through your career, through, just everyday interactions, or just being a better person. It
Rising tide rises all boats, right? I mean, be around
for
people
sure.
that are positive, who are ethically good. You'll be positive. Jerry Andrus was the most honest man I have ever met in my entire life. And Jerry was one of my mentors. He created the Omni deck. I sell the deck of cards that turns into the block of glass. And he did Jerry Andrus linking pins and just tons of stuff. Jerry was almost honest to a fault. And I pick up on it. I just look at him and think, I want to be like him. And every time, you do something where you want to omit something because you're worried to say, no, Jerry would say it. And then I just do it. It's like, what would Jerry do? Hey, that's the same letters. Sorry. Jerry did. Gotta remember that. I've never thought of that before. My favorite story was he was at a payphone. Back in the day when there was a dime, he put his dime in, he made his phone call. At the end of the phone call, the dime came back out. So he phoned the operator to ask how to return the dime to the phone company. And the operator said, "Just keep the dime." He said, "I can't do that." They're like, "Well, you could mail it back." He says, "Okay." And they said, "It's going to cost you more than a dime to mail the dime." "Yeah, but it is your dime."
Oh my God. That is too good.
I would have just been like, "Give me the dime. I will give it to the phone company."
Well,
and it's not lying, because you'd have to pay your phone bill. So technically you're giving it to the phone
company. To it sometime. I was walking with Jerry in Santa Barbara. We were on the boardwalk. Across the street was the Fess Parker Red Lion Inn. And just down was this pancake joint. And we were walking, and the sun was just coming up. We'd been talking all night. Didn't go to sleep all night. And Jerry says, "You hungry?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Let's go for pancakes." I'm like, "Oh, sounds good." And I walked across the street to the pancake place. I was about halfway across the street when I realized I was walking alone, because Jerry walked about a block and a half until he got to the crosswalk. He waited for the sign to change. Then he walked across. Then he walked all the way up to me to say, "You broke the law, right?" I was like, "Yeah, Jerry, there's nobody on the streets. There isn't a car for miles. The sun is just coming up." It's like, he's like, "Yeah, that doesn't mean you didn't break the law, Shawn." I'm like, "Right. You're absolutely correct." It's like,
I have a friend like that as well. And like, if there's no cars around and I'm on the highway, I won't use my signal. I'll just go and, merge into the middle lane or whatever. They'd be like, "That's illegal, right?" I'll be like, "Yeah, but it's only illegal if you get caught,
Oh my God. Steve, that would drive me nuts. I'm
There's
a
no
firm
cars
believer.
around anywhere.
I use my blinker to pull into my driveway. No joke. Like, I'm a firm believer. No, because I'm a firm believer that if you start breaking the habit, it's easier to just forget. You get out of the habit, and then you just all of a sudden you're never using your blinker. I always use my blinker. Doesn't matter, no matter what. I stop at stop signs, even if there's no one around in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. Don't care. Like,
well, that's when you're gonna get stopped if you don't stop at the stop sign.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm talking like I before the show, I literally drove around my neighborhood and it's like like a horseshoe to pick up my mail, and I stopped at the stop sign right there. Like I could see there's no one coming. It's private property, so there's no cops coming through, and I still stopped. You gotta. It's that mindset.
It's nothing bugs me more than the person that doesn't do that, and I'm just like, seriously, just. My there's that old joke where the guy says he's driving with his friend in the car, and he drives through a red light, and he goes, "Dude, you just drove through a red light." And he says, "Yeah, my brother does it all the time." They drive a little bit further, sees another red light, he drives right through. The guy he goes, "Seriously, stop that." He goes, "Don't worry, my brother does it all the time." They get to the next light, the light goes green, the guy slams on the brakes. He goes, "What are you slamming on the brakes for? It's green." He said, "Yeah, but my brother might be coming."
Oh, jeez.
Stupid.
Oh my God. See, yeah, and you never know. You never know. It's crazy. You know, the way we build cars. Well, the other running joke with it too, and the reason I always use my signal sieve is because there's always like an underlying joke that people who drive BMWs don't signal. And so when I finally got like a BMW, I was like, oh, I gotta signal.
Oh, you're one of those people.
So it's not my daily car. I just happened I don't like them.
It's not my daily car.
No, and I would honestly, I would never recommend anyone buy them because I think 98% of them are absolute garbage. But they're always the ones who get to be the butt of the joke. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'm not going to be that guy. And now I see memes of the reverse. And it's like, this can't be a real BMW. They're using a turn signal. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I don't know what to do here. So, yeah, but that's how it goes. So Shawn, we talked a little bit about some of the really interesting projects you work on. What's been the most impactful to you?
Impactful project.
Like life,
or at least that, yeah, like life-changing, or stuck with you the most, or really changed your perspective in a way that impacted future projects potentially.
My new one,
Tyler,
Hidden Wonders, is probably most impactful. I've done thousands of projects, but for me, the idea of changing my entire lifestyle from going from 285 days a year on the road to 365 days at home, from being a guy that dropped in on one-nighters, my entire world. I rehearsed my rehearsal, and I had, my rehearsal. I could do colors and numbers in 11 languages, and I can do my introduction. Konnichiwa, watashi wa Shawn Farquhar desu. Canada kara kimashita. And, guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Ich bin ein Zauberkünstler. Mein Name ist Shawn. I can do my show in like 11 different languages. And to go, I'm just going to get rid of all that, and I'm just going to do my show. And to go from a set list with a rehearsed schedule where everything was on my audio ape, I just pushed the button and all the music cues went in order, to me having to find a way to make it creative for me, because now I'm going to be in one place 365 days a year. I don't want to be that guy that hates what I do. So I changed everything about me. I built a venue, I painted, I hung the curtains, I learned to do all that. And then I unscripted my show. And then I had to learn to become a producer of the show and a publicist of the show and a promoter of it. I had to learn to sell tickets and change the whole outlook on what I was. I used to be, how do I sell this to a person and how do I make me sellable? So when I go to China, why would people want to buy a ticket? Because if I went to Japan and nobody bought a ticket, I'm not going back to Japan again. Yeah, so my whole mindset was, how do I make me look attractive to a buyer, right? And now it's not about me, it's about Hidden Wonders, and it's how do I make this speakeasy experience attractive? And it's not so much about, hey, Shawn, as much as come to this incredible, unique thing. So really impactful. It changed my lifestyle, it changed my life. Gives me an opportunity to be at home. I don't fly. And weird too, because it was like literally I left a lucrative contract with Disney Cruise Lines and went, I'm going to sit at home. Opened the place up in September a year ago, and it ran September, October. I shut it down for November, December because I still had some commitments to finish with Disney and some corporate stuff. Opened it up again in January, sold out for January, February, March, all the way into April. In the middle of March, I had to shut it all down. And then it was like, okay, I'll wait, because this is a really great project. And it showed that I was doing only 30 people instead of 1,000 people a night. I went from doing big shows to tiny shows, and tiny being 30 people, only 3 rows. The furthest people away were 12 feet from me. That's a whole different feeling than the front row was 25 feet from me.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was literally like turning my whole world upside down, but in a really fun, artistic, challenging. I like to challenge myself. So yeah, it was crazy. Then I lost the building because the people who owned the building couldn't afford it when I wasn't paying rent, and I wasn't paying rent because I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
And then we had to find a new building and start over. My wife found the building on Craigslist of all places. She said, "It's a weird place for a guy to list. He's not on any of the real estate pages." Went and met the guy, and he goes, turns out the guy owns half of the downtown core in the town that we're in the city that we're in. And he said, "I don't need Craigslist. Everybody wants my buildings." He's the king of Monopoly. He just owns all the buildings on the street. And we came to an agreement, and he says, "So this isn't like for a month or something." I said, "No, I'll sign 3 to 5 years. Let's do 3. Make sure you're happy." I'm like, okay. It's like, so yeah. And instead of, hey, I'm looking just at my props and how do they fit in a case and how do they pack small and how much does a table weigh? I don't give a crap about that now. My table is this old oak thing that weighs 35 pounds. It's like, nice. I used to brag that my in-stand table weighed like 14 ounces. And I could tell you exactly how much everything in my case weighed. And when a new prop came, I would actually say, "How much does that weigh?" People, "What?" I said, "Do you know how much that?" "No, I don't know." "Well, I need to know if it's going to fit into I got 60 pounds, not 50 pounds because of my status, and 75 pounds with certain airlines. When I had Million Miler with One World and with Star Alliance, and was working on it with the Sky Team.
Wow.
Yeah. I told Laura yesterday, I had one of those funky afternoons. I was just sitting there in a funk on the couch. I looked there, I said, "I really miss traveling." She said, "The traveling?" I said, "No, just being in foreign places where I had to struggle to understand what they were saying and to find things that were familiar to me, and the challenge of communicating." I love that. It was, I loved in Japan in the middle of the night, 3 a.m, jet lagged. I'm looking out the window of my hotel at all the neon, and I see a Denny's sign. What the hell? Hey, I put on my clothes. I went down. I went over to Denny's, and I sat down going, "Okay, well, I've been in Japan for a month. I'm having a Denny's hamburger." And they bring you the menu, and it's that late night menu, which is all just pictures for drunk people. Gotta love that. I opened it up, and it was all fish. Just fish.
Oh,
fish. Awesome.
Oh, that's brutal. That's so brutal.
Did you get a fish burger?
I just got fish. There was no fish burgers, just fish. I was in China, 3 months into China. And when you're deprived of your own language for 3 months, and you say, "Oh, you got the internet." No, you don't. In China, you don't have the internet. Not in the same way. So there's no having this kind of communication. There's no Skype, nothing like that. There's no Facebook. If you go 3 months without hearing your language clearly and concisely spoken, because there are people that will help you, but it's not a clear and concise language. It's just bits. You start to find this deprivation, and you want to hear somebody converse. I'm in this bar, and I look over and I see a Caucasian couple sitting. I'm like, "Oh, I'm just going to go sit next to them and listen to their conversation because it will be words that I understand." And I sit next to them, and they're like, "Я намного понимаю по-русски, извините, вы понимаете?" I go, "Oh my God, it's Russian." It's like, okay.
Dude, how do you know 16 languages? Like,
11.
who are you?
11.
11. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was off by a few.
16, that's radically big.
Dude, 11 is enormously big. What are you talking about?
I can barely master English here, all right? Like,
I can barely speak English. I can't speak them fluently. I can do my show. I'm a parent.
okay, are you conversant at least? Like, could you at least?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. I can do my show.
Okay.
A great story. I was in Athens, Greece for like 3 months doing a show. And because of a mishap, I became really popular in the news.
A mishap.
Did you have a wardrobe malfunction?
No, on the opening night.
Did you show your nipples, Shawn?
Yeah, my nipple flash. It was very good. On the opening night, the producer thought it was a really great idea to have all the media of Greece come to the show. So like 17 cameras. And I'm like, "No, not opening night. Like a weekend. You have a soft opening and then a premiere night." "Oh, no, we have everybody." So not only Juliana Chen was producing the show, but she wasn't able to attend. So she asked me to produce it. And it had acts like Shimada, Kevin James, Valerie, lots of really great acts on it. Eric Slogan, tons of really good magicians. And I'm producing the show. I put the show order together. I'm teching the show. The techs were horrible in Greece, so I fired them, and I hired 2 pizza guys who spoke better English than the techs did, and I taught them how to run the tech, and they did great. The only thing is, because they're not tech people, they can't think for themselves outside of what you've taught them because there isn't that knowledge. Not their fault. So there's a moment in the show where I'm going to do a spot, and that's when I rely 100% on the techs because I'm not there to help. And I'm going to sit down on the stool. I'm going to do a card trick shape of my heart, which means they only have to push one button that unmutes the projector, and they push a button that makes the camera feed live. So it's 2 buttons to push, and they're off on stage left. And I sit down on the stool, and I said, and now let's take a look at the screen, and nothing. And I said, gentlemen, and I looked over the 2, and they just stared at me. And I'm like, okay, I've got no way to explain this to them. So I say to the audience, I said, 1 second, I have to get up and push 2 buttons off stage. I'll be back in a moment. While I'm gone, why don't you all just sing the Greek national anthem? I meant it as a joke. I just meant it as a joke. And as I started to get off, they started singing the Greek national anthem. If you've never heard it, it's a beautiful anthem. And so I didn't come back out on stage. I stood off stage and let them sing it because I didn't want them to stop and I didn't want to interrupt it. And I listened to it. And so it was a good 3 minutes. The projector and the camera on. I came back out and I had to address it. And I said, that's one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. I can see why you're so proud. And then began my trick. The next day, the switchboard of the theater was flooded with newspapers and television people going, we want to talk to the nice boy from Canada about how much he loves Greece. Can you come on our show?
Oh my God.
Over the next month, I was on absolutely everything you could imagine in Greece. I couldn't pay for a taxi or food. Wherever I went, they were like, hey, you're that guy. It's like, yeah.
Dude, we'll have to ask Low Track if he remembers.
It was the people of Greece. I can tell you, I went into a store to buy a shirt, and the guy said, "I can't take money from you. You're like an honorary Greek." I was like, "Thank you so much."
Oh my gosh, we're definitely going to link to the Greek national anthem down below as well. So for anyone who's interested in hearing it after the show, check out the comments. We'll have a link down there for you.
The Greek magicians came in droves to see the show, and they were so awesome. Oh, that was fun. Cool. Do you know Topaz, the magician from Germany? No. So Topaz is this brilliant magician, really creative. He has an amazing lecture on the 3 characters of magic. You're either the killer, the victim, or the witness. And think about that. In magic, there's the killer. That's the guy who everything is, I'm great and I can do all the magic. And the victim is all the magic happens to you. And the witness is the person that just sees it all happening. 3 great explanations of how to. So I'm a giant fan of Topaz, and he ended up in the audience at our show in Athens. And I'm like, wow, this cool. Oh, so I didn't finish the Athens story about the language thing. And then I'll tell you. So I'm on this interview, and the first few were all in English, but then I got to the bigger ones that were just in Greek. So you went from the specialized ones to the big ones till I was on the biggest shows in Greece. And they taught me my responses. And they gave them 3 questions. Said, here's 3 questions you can answer. Ask Shawn, ask him in any order, and Shawn will answer in Greek. So I look pretty good. The guy asks me something in Greek, I respond in Greek.
Nice.
So it's like 7:30 in the morning, some morning program. My driver's with me, and he's the guy who speaks Greek, who's going to tell me it's question 1, question 2, or question number 3 for me to answer. And of course, the girl asks question number 2. And so I answer question number 2. Then they ask question number 1. So I answer question number 1. And then they just asked a question that wasn't on the sheet. My driver goes like that. And I look at the guy doing the interview, the lady, and I look at her and I go, and she goes, good answer. Good answer.
Oh my God. There you go.
You know what the question, did you find out what the question was?
No idea what the question was.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I love it.
In Greece, I don't know there's footage of it. I think there's footage of part of it. It was a guy named Grigori. And he had 3 people on the show. And this is where my limited knowledge outside of magic can affect you poorly. There was a girl from Macedonia who had just won the Eurostar Music Award. And she was stunning singer, stunningly beautiful, just a great personality, really vibrant and fun to be around. And then there was this guy who was super good looking model guy, all chiseled, tattooed. When he went out to do his interview, the Macedonian girl and I talked as much as we could, having some fun and just relaxing, waiting for our turn. So I heard nothing about Model Boy and whatever he did. And then she went out. So then all my focus was watching her sing and having something that I could relate to when it was my turn to come out and do my little spot. So I come out to do my spot, and I've got Grigori involved. I've got the young lady involved. And I feel it's important to get this guy who came out first involved. So I say to him, pick a card and sign it. And he says, is this your way of getting an autograph? And I'm like, no, you don't have to put your autograph on. You can just put an X if you want to. And I'm thinking, why do I want your autograph? I knew he was a model because he'd held up this big black and white poster and it had some cologne on it, and he was in the picture. Yeah. I didn't know it was David Beckham. Because I didn't know who David Beckham was. I know who David Beckham is now.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things that, you know, that you find out and you'll never forget after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I see those posters now and go, hey, that's the Model Boy. Yeah, it was one of those moments.
Isn't he like one of the most, wasn't he like the #1 most sexiest man or something like that recently?
I think he won like GQ's like Man of the Year a couple times and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. He married one of those Spice Girls.
Yeah, he's married to Posh Spice. I don't know her. Victoria Beckham, I think is her real name now. I don't know. I don't know what her maiden name is. But
interview with her, I would just think she was a model too.
Yeah, I mean he had like his own line with Ralph Lauren for a while. Like he had some really like big like stuff, which
he was huge.
Crazy. Yeah.
The rest of the time while we were there, we'd walk the streets of Greece. And all his posters were up everywhere. And all the people in my cast would go, hey, look, there's that model guy. I'm like, shut up.
Nice.
So I was finishing the story of Topaz in Greece, which reminded me of walking around. Topaz is this brilliant magician who puts a lot of magic and music together. And he came and saw my show. And I went and saw his show. I saw his show first. He was performing there. And he did this beautiful piece of music with an hourglass and the Jim Croce song, Time in a Bottle. And when he was doing it, I turned to one of the friends that was in the audience and I did this. And he's like, what? I said, I've always wanted to do a trick with that. That's exactly the music. I want to use an hourglass. It's so gut-wrenching to see somebody that creative come up with it before you've got something. So now it's about 3 nights later, Topaz comes to see our show, and I sit down on the stool and do my Shape of My Heart routine. And as I look over to see what his reaction is, he does this. And I'm like, afterwards, I asked her, he said, yeah, I saw you in my show. And that's exactly what I thought when I heard you do that. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. It's like yin and yang.
That's awesome. It's definitely cool when you see people connect like that, right? Even like, especially people who are just, you know, inspirational people, you know, you see that
to be more inspiring. I really
it brings them down to earth, you know, and I think a lot of people, when we look at our idols or people that, you know, inspire us or whatever, we don't know what type of person they are. You know, we just look at them as their persona, you know, maybe because we've never connected with them outside of their persona. And then when you really get to know them, you know, you realize that they're just as crazy as you are, or just as normal and vulgar as you are, or whatever, you know, the case may be.
I think that's why a show like your guys' show is so cool. It strips away that normal interview and becomes something where you go say, one of the best compliments I ever got was Shawn's magic's cool, but I'd like to spend an evening drinking beer with him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't drink, but yeah.
Compliment, right? It's like,
it's a great, because it shows that people aren't just interested in what you can show them. They're interested in getting to know you. And honestly, we've had a slew of messages in the chat tonight being like, I could listen to Shawn tell stories all night, or this is like when I saw him XYZ, it was similar to this, him just telling stories, and it was great. Cool. So, you know, I mean, and thank you for the kind words as well. That's really what we go for, is because, you know, anyone could go out there and Google Shawn Farquhar and find out you've won this and you have a YouTube and you show your magic, and like that's very much the public side of it. But like, exactly.
I had a reporter, she started the interview, and this is an Associated Press, and she started the interview with, so how many awards have you won? And I said, isn't that a research question?
Yeah, like, I'm not doing your job here.
And she goes, what? And I said, the question you should be asking is, how many have I lost? She goes, oh, how many have you lost? I said, it wasn't your question, so it's not available.
I'm sure she loved you.
But if all they're going to ask is, although I love when some people, I did one just recently and the guy had a great question. He asked, what was the name of the bird that you rescued in the fire? And I'm like, oh my God, you actually like dug in and knew that there was a fire and that I rescued a bird. That's really cool. And that you don't remember the bird's name is even cooler. It was like, so I can appreciate when research is done well. And I can appreciate when you throw it aside and just go, let's see if we can nail something that's, really genuine.
Yeah. And honestly, like well, yeah, because you know what, again, like most things are out there to some extent, especially in the age of Wikipedia, like anything that's readily available is not only available, but compiled in a single source now. And it's one of the things that makes the internet so great, but it also, I think, hinders some of that interpersonal connection that we used to strive for to get to know people, because now you can idolize a magician for their magic, but you don't ever actually care about who they are as a person, where I don't think that was ever the case. Historically, I think there's always been a connection between the person and the performance, or the person and, like, I mean, think about like growing up and knowing your childhood heroes. Again, going back to that, like there was always a more personal connection. Now it's so social media driven who your childhood heroes are, that you think you know everything about them from seeing them. And it's something we hear from a lot of, not just us, but I think the world hears from social media personalities is, I'm not just what you see on my social media page. This is a persona I put on because this is my job. And, no matter how much you may love your job, no one is their job. So,
yeah. I might be the exception to that rule.
I mean, you're so much more. And you know what? Let me put a caveat there in the sense of no one is just their job. You may be your job, but you are so much more than that too. I mean, obviously, you have a wife and a daughter who you love very much and are very much a part of who you are. Yep, so, yeah. And like, I think all of that comes into it. And a lot of times we don't see that necessarily. I
read a book by a magician. If it's a book, that's going to be magic. But it wasn't about magic. It was I think it was titled "Live 100 Years." Might have been "Live 1,000 Lives." Really cool concept. Basically, he said, I've lived 1,000 lives. I lived the life of a son, a brother, then a husband, a father, then a magician, a trade show director, a travel agent, and it goes on. And if you really think about how many lives you're living, it's really fascinating that we used to go, oh, I'm a plumber. And it's like, that's not all you are. You're so much more than that. And you can't be defined by, and I say plumber is a great example. I was on a cruise ship, the Westerdam, years ago. I walked by the bar and there was a guy sitting there that looked a lot like Larry Jennings, a legend in card magic. And so I walked back the other way and it was like, yep, that really looks like Larry Jennings. So I went back the other way and then I sat down at the bar and ordered a drink and looked over at him and said, oh, you got a deck of cards in your hands. Are you a card player? And he goes, oh, would you like to see something interesting? And I was like, yes, thinking, oh my God, it really is Larry Jennings. He said, name any card. And I told him the card and he said, really? You could have a free choice. I said, 100%. He said, it's under your elbow. And I looked down at my elbow and there was a card sitting under it. And I was flabbergasted. And then over the next 7 days of the cruise, I got to know Larry Jennings and his wife, BJ. And they were the nicest people in the world. And during that time, he told me he wasn't a card magician professionally, that he was a plumber professionally.
That's so cool.
Interesting.
And I was like, Larry Jennings, you're a plumber? And he's like, yeah. I said, I just got to tell you, when I was in my early 20s, mid 20s, and I was starving, living in a basement suite of a crappy apartment building, living on ketchup and top ramen noodles, if you'd come to my house to fix my toilet, I'd have put a shotgun in my mouth. Because if Larry Jennings can't make it as a magician, how could anybody make it as a magician?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, super hard. On the last day of that trip, he said to me, hey, Shawn, we've been here hanging out for a week. Why haven't you asked how that card trick worked on the first day? I said, oh, I assumed you'd tell me if you wanted to. He says, did you want to know? I said, yeah. He goes, well, I was sitting at the bar and you walked by and I said to the bartender, that's a very young person to be on a cruise to Alaska. And the bartender said, no, he's a magician. He goes, oh, he works here. I said, yeah. He said, he'll be back in a minute. And then I saw you walk back the other way. And I said to the bartender, he's going to be back again. Take this deck of cards. And he says, when he names a card, just slip it under his elbow for me.
Nice.
So good. Nice.
Oh my God.
He was way ahead of
like the assistant of a lifetime, right?
Absolutely. And the last person I would ever suspect is the guy who I work with, screwing me over.
That's so good. That's
Dude,
so
actually,
good, though.
Screw You Over basically created this amazing story, right?
Created a moment that would last for a lifetime. I mean, if
Yeah.
Larry hadn't told me, it would still be the miracle that I saw it in my brain.
I think it's even cooler the fact that the way it was done is even more of a miracle than
That he knew that when they went by the first time, he goes, it's very young, and then saw it come back and said, he's coming back. He's just trying to get up enough courage to come sit down and figure out how to start the conversation.
That's such a cool story. I feel like I haven't lived because I don't have this many cool stories. I don't even have like 100th of these cool stories.
Yeah, but you're only like half my age.
I'm not. You'd be surprised at how old I am.
You're in your late 20s, early 30s.
That's flattering.
34 at best.
Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on.
No, you're older than 34?
I'm glad I got to use that.
Hey, Steve, how old are you?
I'm 45.
Oh, wow. You're still like a decade and something under me.
No way. So that being said, I don't even need to know an exact number, but you're looking damn good for your age then, Shawn.
I'm 58.
Oh yeah, dude, you're killing it for 58.
You're not that much
A bit more. Yeah. Yeah, but the gray hair, I'd start to wear gray clothes so they blend together.
Dude, the silver, I'm telling you, it's in.
No, without a doubt.
Good. You look like Wolverine, man, except with gray hair. It's dope.
Oh, there's a fun story.
Did you work on the X-Men movie?
Yeah. So,
oh my God, yes.
So we're working on a film, and the air conditioning goes down at Dominion Bridge Studios. And so everybody stops and they call an AC guy in. And the AC guy arrives. I'm by the craft service table, and Hugh is standing next to the craft service table. And the AC guy's, excuse me, guys, do you know where the AC unit is? And he looks up and goes, yeah, I can show you where it is. Everybody can show you where it is. We're all waiting for you to fix it. And he starts walking the guy there. And he says to Hugh, he says, excuse me, he says, do you know who the wolf guy is on this? My daughter's a big fan, and I'd like to get an autograph before I leave.
The wolf guy.
Oh my God.
Which Mr. Jackman says, I don't know who the wolf guy is, and just kept walking with it. I'm like, oh my God. Like,
he was probably so bummed out that he's called the
wolf
guy.
The wolf guy.
Oh my God.
He could have changed some poor girl's life, and he's just like all upset.
Those are the moments. I think most are super cool and would do anything. Do you know who Robert Englund is?
Yeah, Freddy Krueger.
Right. So I worked on a television series for him for HBO called Nightmare Cafe.
Oh, cool.
So
it's so cool.
Really got some cool stuff. He does a juggling thing where the eggs disappear, a baby chick appears, bursts into flames. So Robert and I are hanging out together. It's a Friday night. We're rapping. And he says, so what are your plans tonight? I'm like, oh my God, he's asking me what my plans are. Robert Englund and I are going to do something together. I said, I really don't have any plans. Did you have anything? He says, no, I guess I'll just go back to my hotel. I said, oh, what's your interests? And he goes, well, they're kind of eclectic. And I said, well, what do you like doing? He says, I like checking out old theaters. And I'm like, oh, like movie theaters? He goes, no, like RKO, Orpheums. At the time, I was the youth director for the Orpheum Theater in Vancouver. So I had keys. Nice. And I said, I have keys to the Vancouver Orpheum Theater. Do you want to go check it out? I said, as long as there's nothing happening in the place tonight, we can have free reign and wander around, and you can see, a dark and cool theater. It's got the old Wurlitzer and an orchestra pit. And Gaylord Carter did the Phantom of the Opera there. And he goes, yeah, that sounds great. So he hops in my shitty little van, and we drive over to the Orpheum Theater, unlock the doors. We go in. Can't turn all the lights on because they record that sort of stuff. So it's like dark and dim with just the ghost light on the stage. I'm 5 minutes into the tour and I'm thinking, what the hell were you thinking, Shawn? You're in a dark theater with Freddy Krueger.
As long as you weren't sleeping, you're good.
It still gave me the willies as I went down the hallways.
Yeah,
and the dark little corridors. It's like, I don't want to be rude, but could you walk ahead of me?
Dude, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but even without his makeup on, he still looks like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, he's
scary looking.
Yeah, still scary enough.
But you know that he probably wouldn't have been scary looking if he hadn't played Freddy Krueger. But now that you know what his face looks like, all scarred up and wrinkled and scary, you're just like, it sticks with you.
No, he was in the series V, long before you guys. Did you remember V?
V was with the aliens,
aliens where they drop down their throat and just swallow the whole things. Yeah, he was one of those aliens. He creeped me out back then too.
He's just a creepy dude. He likes a creepy looking dude. There's some dudes that are creepy looking.
With the softest heart and one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. And just totally theater orientated and lovable and genuine. Really
awesome though.
Really, really
you gotta
cool.
be when you're that creepy looking.
You gotta be nice. Oh my God.
That's a great story.
You know what? I realized we're this far into and we haven't even done our sniff for stew yet. So
oh boy,
we're gonna take a quick interlude here to do a quick sniff. So we mentioned you earlier, Shawn. You know, we have this tradition on the show for a friend of ours, Stu, who's really awesome guy, really involved in the playing card community, and known for his enjoyment of sniffing playing cards and eating playing cards. And obviously, you don't have to eat a playing card, but we asked you to bring a deck of cards with you if you would be willing to open up that deck of cards and give it a sniff. And
1964 bicycle playing card. Made in Canada with carte de jouet from the International Playing Card Company.
Oh, it's going to smell delicious.
It's new. Look at the size of the tab on that box.
That's cool.
You know what? And there's still companies that use those very large tabs, and I miss it because it makes it so much easier to get in and out.
Instructions in French on the inside. Look at the quality of these cards. I mean, seriously. I mean,
they sound new. Oh my God.
Be careful, man. You might want to be careful eating those little cards.
Yeah, there's probably lead in the glue.
Vintage card.
I can't even imagine that tastes anywhere near as good as the new ones. The new ones don't even taste good.
Say, you know how many people we've got to eat cards?
A lot. That's why I always throw in the caveat that Stu eats cards, but you don't have to. It's almost like a subtle challenge.
Before the cheap, bad glue. This has really good glue.
The really good non-biodegradable glue.
The cardstock is thicker and chewier because I've eaten cards before.
What card are you eating? Oh, it's an ad card.
It's the ad card.
This is the official rules and games.
The one with as much ink as possible.
The guaranteed Joker back in the day when they actually had the word guarantee and everything in there.
Which is crazy.
So
and this card may also be used as an extra Joker. From Windsor, Ontario, home of the Friendship Bridge.
Nice.
And the original 808. Look, with the stars in the corner.
I love those.
Nice,
playing card.
Love it.
Dude.
This tastes old and stale.
I mean,
almost slightly moldy.
Not surprised there.
In fact, mold might be the word I use to describe it.
I hope you have some water in there that you can wash it down with.
Oh my God, man. That's just so...
Dude, if anything happens to you, it's not our fault.
Yeah, we maintain no liability for you eating that playing card right there.
That was delicious.
I mean, you know what?
Moldy, almost like a bad shoe.
See, that's why you should have known with the sniff whether or not it was musty.
Yeah, I could smell the sniff. That's why I was like, that's a little musty. Let's see how it tastes.
Yeah, why not? Dive right in. Oh my God. I love it.
Cheech and Chong, where he goes, says, what does that smell like? Smells like shit. Taste it. What? Taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it tastes like shit. Feel it. Oh, it feels like shit. Oh, that's good. And he goes, a good thing we didn't step in it.
Oh my God.
You don't know that routine? It's a very old, famous routine.
I know Cheech and Chong, but I haven't seen those guys in forever.
Well, Tommy Chong is from here.
Is he really?
Yeah. Cheech Marin was from LA, but Tommy was from here. Tommy, we have, you have the AAA for your cars.
Yeah.
In Canada, we have BCAA for British Columbia, the British Columbia Automotive Association. Tommy joined it because he couldn't remember where he parked his car every time he finished. So tow truck drivers would actually alert him to where his car was.
That is epic and not surprising at all.
I got to spend a session with Tommy Chong and Brian Adams.
The singer?
No, we weren't singing. We were just hanging out behind a backstage. And the
singer, Brian Adams?
The Brian Adams, the singer. Yeah. Brian Adams, Tommy Chong, and Gary Switlow and myself. Gary Switlow formed a company called Ticketmaster back then.
Ticketmaster's huge.
Yeah. It did okay. For itself. And I just kept thinking, why am I in this group of people? Oh, and there was one other person. Jim Burns was there. And you don't know who Jim Burns is, but you do. Because if you watch The Highlander, Jim Burns was the watcher. The guy with the leg. Jim actually picked the music for my cut and restored rope routine. I didn't have music for it. He started his own show about jazz music and asked if I'd come on and do a little magic. And so we were filming at that time. So I came on and said, I got this rope trick, but I'll just talk through it. And he goes, can you put it to music? I said, I don't have any music. And he put on Etta James at last. And I've been performing it forever. I thought she was dead because I didn't know anything about Etta James. So it was like years later, I see this Etta James album that includes a song from Alice Cooper, Only Women's Bleeds. I'm going, wait, is this woman still alive? Holy crap, this is cool. It's like
the name Etta James just sounds old, right?
It does, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a more old school vintage feel to it.
A vintage feel.
Yeah. Well, like, no, I mean, listen, I'm not thinking like it's not old, like 1880s old. Like that's like Muriel, you know, like if your name's Muriel, you were probably born in like 1887. I'm sorry for anyone named Muriel who's listening, but like Etta's like
an old vintage feel to it.
Yeah.
Theodore. There's a name you don't hear. I have a friend who named his son Theodore.
Actually, I have a friend who named his son Theodore as well.
I think that's great. Old names are coming back because they got a class to them.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you don't name your kid Ed, you name your kid Edward. But now they name him Ed. And I'm like, Ed, really? Come on, give it the whole name and call him.
Yeah, that's what nicknames are for.
Isn't Ed a horse's name?
Yeah. Okay, so while we're on names, explain this one to me. How is Jack an abbreviation of John?
I've never been able to figure that one out.
Abbreviation for Richard. That's the one I want to know.
Which one?
Richard and Dick.
Richard, Richie, Rich, all good. Dick, don't get any. No,
I don't understand that. Every other one I don't even care about. The whole Richard and Dick thing doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, and ultimately, though, too, knowing that's a potential nickname, who now voluntarily names their kid Richard?
Like, I have a friend. His name is Richard Lett. He's a comedian, and his best line is he says "Lett" as in the suffix of small and Richard or Dick. So it's Dick Lett.
Dick Lett. That's good. That is good.
He is considered the godfather of comedy in Vancouver. He's great. He just survived testicular cancer and has a new comedy show that's going through online, all about having one ball. It's very special.
That's funny. We got to check that out.
Yeah, geez.
He's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Some names are just crazy. I mean, I think we went through a big phase where the weirdest name that you could possibly come up with was kind of in, you know, like,
yeah,
I can't even think of any, you know, it's like, isn't Kanye's name, like kids' names all weird?
Northwest is his first, yeah.
Yeah, but doesn't he's Serbian, and he named his son a very typical name from Serbia, which in English is Dragon. And I'm like, nice. I would die to have a name like Dragon.
Heck yeah.
Right?
Especially if your last name's Lair.
Yeah. Or King.
Right?
I am Dragon King. Have a nice day.
Right? What was the there was literally someone their last name's Fresh. It was on a show recently. Like, who were we talking? Weren't we talking to someone their last name was Fresh?
I have no idea whose last name.
I was watching a show and their last name was Fresh. Or something like that. It was literally within the past couple of days.
My parents wanted a girl, and I was going to be Heather Ann Lee Farquhar. That way, I was half.
That's a mouthful, though.
That's a lot.
Instead, my legal name is David. Then it's Robert is my middle name, and then it's Shawn, and then Farquhar. So my name is David Robert Shawn Farquhar. But credit cards have Shawn, but they have to put the two initials first. So all my credit cards say Dr. Shawn Farquhar.
That's actually brilliant. That's very nice.
It should say Lord Doctor.
Lord Doctor, because I actually have the title. So when I was
Lord
in my 20s, and Doogie Howser was a television series, and everybody was. Every time I put down my frequent flyer card, it said Dr. Shawn Farquhar, and they were like, "Ooh, another young doctor," and I got upgraded all the time, like seriously upgraded. And my friends used to say, "What are you going to do when there's a medical emergency?" I'm going to say, "I'm sorry, my insurance won't allow me to touch him."
There you go. Also a smart answer. So we just had an interesting fact that I need some fact checking on about you from a guest in our Twitch chat that says one of your ancestors was actually one of the founding fathers of Singapore.
William Farquhar.
Yeah.
He was the first. They got a title for governor. So there was a guy named Raffles, and Raffles basically settled most of Southeast Asia for the British engineers. And William Farquhar was general and was an engineer, and he was left as custodian for Singapore. And Raffles left him with no supplies and no way to build infrastructure and everything, but he did, and he successfully did by running gambling and prostitution.
All right, so an upstanding citizen.
Yeah, well, he built the sewage system, he built the school system, he built orphanages and hospitals, and lots of them are still named after them. Farquhar Road is now gone, just because of development it's gone, but Farquhar Mansion is still there, and there's clubs named after him and schools, and the postage stamps in Singapore have all the William Farquhar collection of he was a botanist and did water paintings. So he actually painted all the flowers and all the birds and everything. And
it says there's a street in Penang called Farquhar.
Penang. I've been to the street, and in Penang, I've been to the Farquhar Mansion and drank there, where the guy pronounced it as Farquhar. And I said, I'm pretty sure it's Farquhar.
I kind of like Farquhar better, though.
Farquhar. There's a bar.
That's where Farquhar. That's where you could say Farquhar.
Farquhar. In Scotland, it's not pronounced any of those ways. In Scotland, it's pronounced Farquhar. But that sounds like I'm picking a fight with you.
Oh my God, I love it.
Scotland, and a guy named Kieran Buffery introduced the end of the show. He goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Wasn't that phenomenal? Let's give a big hand for Shawn Farquhar and the mother Farquhar." And then my daughter goes us, and there's the little Farquhar.
Dude, I'm not calling you the fucker.
But shout out to Andrew Danube for that fact there, because he dropped it in the chat, and I was like, wait a second, this sounds too good to be true. Again, so the stories and the ability to come up with them or to fall into amazing circumstance has gone back generations in your family.
It really has. And recently I saw an interview, and Justin Trudeau, the premier, the prime minister of our country, the leader of my country, turns out he's the great grandson of William Farquhar too, from his mother's side. So we're related.
Oh, that's sick.
Cool.
How bizarre is that?
Andrew says it's a shame, but in Singapore, the teachers say it fucker. So
that surprised me.
Input up.
I'm one of the guys who brought it. Oh, Yin says he's one of the guys who brought you to Farquhar Street.
And how it took us, and we drank there together. We absolutely did. I didn't know he was in the group. Yes.
Oh my God, Yin.
We hung out together. It was who was on that trip with us? There was the four of us in the car. So my eidetic memory should click back in. Whoever was driving us, Yin Hao, myself, Wesme,
Vincent.
And Vincent. That's right. Yeah, Vincent was driving. That was a great night. And he would have been there to tell you when I corrected the guy on the pronunciation. He said, I don't think that's correct. And when I went to pay with my credit card, he looked at my name and said, "Oh, okay."
Nice.
Because, the doctor would know.
We actually had a question earlier, too, from Dan. Dan won, and I got to see if I can find this here because it was a little bit back. Ask him to tell about the backrooms food in a Chinese restaurant in China.
The backroom food? The backroom food in the Chinese store in China?
Yeah.
Oh, I know which one he's talking about. So I got hired by Chime Long. It's probably one of the largest circuses in the world to consult and develop a whole bunch of magic tricks for them. That was really fun. The director actually became the director for Cirque du Soleil when they put out the entire Chinese version. And I created all this magic with acrobats jumping through mirrors that were solved. They put up a plate, they jumped through. So when the project was over, I'd taken my wife and my daughter. The animals roam free on the property, and the guests are all in enclosed things. It's very cool. You have breakfast like in this little glass bubble while the tigers walk around you. On the last day, the producer, this guy, my boss, he said, we want to do something special. Through a translator, of course. He said, want to do something special. What would you like to do? And my little daughter, she said, it was like 2009. So she'd been like 8 years of age. She said, I really like escargot, trying to brag that she liked exotic type food. And the translator translated it. And for the first time, my boss got a smile on his face. I mean, like he was excited about it. And I'm like, oh, okay, we hit something here. This is great. And he goes, oh, yeah. So then he and the translator talked for a while and said, he's taking you for dinner. He's going to take you to a very special place and you're really going to like it. He hasn't met anybody from North America who likes snake. So apparently he translated escargot to snake. And my boss thought that we love snake. And so we were going to go eat snake.
Oh, my God.
So we go to this nice fancy restaurant. And we go through the restaurant and right out the back doors of the restaurant and into a courtyard. And in the courtyard are all these metal cages filled with snakes. And
sounds like my nightmare.
I get right down on the ground to look because there's a cobra like you see in the movies. It's like this close to me. And I'm like looking right at it going, wow. And the guy pushes my head back and I'm like, what? And he says, they spit the venom. It'll blind you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know that. I'll stand back here about 12 feet.
Yeah.
So we go to another room that's behind this restaurant and another room behind the restaurant where there's a keypad. You have to enter a code. When you go in, you change the code. So you're locked in the room and only you know the code so that nobody can storm the room because apparently eating snake is illegal.
All right.
And they bring in all these snakes and this guy picks everything that we're going to eat. We're eating cobra. We're eating this big, long, black, eel kind of thing. We're eating this small, little, tiny green stuff. And they're chopping the snake, bringing it right up, milking the venom right out of the mouth of the cobra into a bowl. Then they're mixing it into a soup. They're using the venom as a soup for us. We're going to eat it.
What?
Yeah. They're cooking up the snake, slicing it up, putting it on these little hot pans. And my wife and daughter both look at me going, we're not really going to eat this, are we? And I'm like, I think we are. They give you a bowl of rice. And of course, my wife is clever. Every time she gets a piece, she's just folding it into the rice and eating more rice, burying the snake meat underneath. My kid, she's 8. She's eating it, going, that one tastes sort of garlicky.
Oh, my God.
Okay. I eat everything that comes to me. We get the soup, and they're asking us how much we weigh because the amount of venom you put in is according to your body mass.
Yeah.
And we're giving them in pounds. And we're pretty sure that if they can't translate snake and snail, we're pretty screwed on the weight thing too.
Yeah.
So we get our little bowls of venom mixed into little soups and we drink them. And I can feel the ends of my fingers tingling.
Oh my God.
My nose is like itchy tingling. And I'm like, oh, this isn't good. And my wife is looking at me going, my face is tingling. I'm like, yeah, mine too. And my daughter's going, are we dying?
Oh my God,
that's fine. Food was phenomenal. Later, of course, the host told me, we saw your wife just bury all her food. Yeah, she's pretty much a chicken person. That's it, nothing else.
That's funny.
We ate all these different types of snake in China in this back room. It was years later. I did a guest hosting at a comedy thing called Pants on Fire, in which the improv people put in fake things that you may have done, and you list a bunch of things you've done, and they mix them in amongst them, and then the audience gets to guess if you really did it or didn't do it. And one of them they had was smuggling birds through an airport, and they made it up. But I have smuggled birds through an airport multiple times when I used to do a bird act, and I would literally hide the birds and then go through the airport security. Once I got on the plane, I would build this little cage that I built that was all folded down in my backpack and have a little cage, ask for water and put the seat in for the 8-hour flight, then hide them all again, get off the plane, get through customs and do my magic show and go back. And the guys look at me going, we put that in as a lie. So then they had an audience version after the intermission, and my daughter got picked as one of the 5 people on the stage, and they said, who here has ate a snake before? And of course, my kid raises her hand, and another lady. And I'm thinking, oh, this is good. They know about the Hannah eating snake. But it wasn't her. It was the other person. And Hannah was going, no, I ate snake. I ate 4 types of snake. You only ate 1.
That's awesome. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How old was she?
They ate snake.
How old was she?
For China, she was about 8. And when we did that show, she was probably 17. So like 9 years later.
Here's the funny thing. I'm sure a lot of people have eaten snake, but not many people can say they've eaten cobra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would be. I mean, I'd eat the
Themselves
meat.
all the time.
I'd be leery about the soup. I would definitely do the meat because most like the venom doesn't live in the meat.
It's only in the sacs in there.
Exactly. So as long as they kill it correctly and it doesn't get a chance to like flow through the body, they don't nick it or anything. Like you're fine. But the soup, it's pretty ballsy. I'm not gonna lie.
In Japan, and everybody says if they cut it wrong, you're dead. And I'm like, yeah, but
Oh, fugu, yeah.
Yeah, they don't want death on their record.
No, and honestly though too in Japan, like the amount of training you have to go through to be certified to cut fugu is significantly more than just being a sushi chef. So like if anyone's going to do it, you might as well do it where they actually train to properly do it. So
yeah, and I'm sure that like if you're I guess eating it, you know, it's probably different than it getting injected into your skin.
If you eat the fugu, you're dead.
Well, no,
Yeah.
not fugu is different. I'm talking about like venom.
I think the venom too. I think
so sublingually, like under your tongue, is just as powerful for like absorption as like injection for many cases, especially for things that are meant to like permeate through your body, like toxins.
Yeah.
So going like through your mouth, you're gonna get it sublingually, and it'll definitely mess you up. Like it may take marginally more, but like yeah, it's still
through the osmosis from underneath the tongue, it gets faster to your cerebral. It's like it's going to be a more instant just from there. I know when my father was ill, the morphine shots were always injected orally because it was better than an arm. Arm takes time, but even the difference is minimal. The simple tablet just placed underneath the tongue and hold the tongue down for a few seconds is dissolved, and you could just see him just drift away.
Yeah, because the sublingual barrier too. So, and yeah, the reason is the blood-brain barrier to go sublingually is a lot quicker than in your arm. Yeah, it's
when I was a weightlifter, we used to take like weight loss liquid instead of pills. We used to put it under your tongue.
because it goes through the brain, that blood-brain barrier a lot quicker, which is
way faster.
Yeah, which
steroids we always injected.
I don't know how those work, so I don't know what to tell you. But dude, no, I mean, snake is definitely something I think that's an interesting opportunity to eat. And honestly, though, could you have said you would have tried it if that opportunity hadn't presented itself?
Yeah, I try anything if it's put in front of me.
Okay. There's
a great video you can see on the internet of Henry Evans and David Stone and I eating cicada. Big bugs, and it's a hilarious video on YouTube. Eating bugs. I think it's on my YouTube channel. I think that's where I put it. I've always been one to try anything. When I'm in Asia, I go look for the street markets, eat scorpion, eat crickets.
There you go. I found the video. I'll link to it down below for anyone who wants to check it out with eating bugs with David Stone, Henry Evans. Yeah.
If you do not laugh out loud multiple times during that video, you are not a human being. That's all I got to say. David Stone, we're in a bar eating these things because they consider them like bar snacks while you're drinking beer. And David Stone is just the biggest wimp you have ever seen. Henry Evans just bites half of it off. No problem. Oh, that's good. It's like,
that's funny.
David Stone, it takes forever for him to eat that bug. But when he does, the reaction is priceless.
Awesome. We have to definitely watch it.
Yeah.
There's no music, is there?
There's I think it's copyright free music I put on. They go da, 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 at the top, but because I show the birth of a cicada from the larvae up, and then goes into it. So if you skip over that part and go there, then there won't be music. But I really wanted people to see how disgusting a cicada looked, and this one sucking into a tree and then it pisses out the back, and then we're going to eat them.
I can't wait to watch this video. It sounds like exactly what I need before I go to bed tonight.
And we were in. There was another guy in the group, Sylvester the Jester, Danny, and this one night he was fed up. He said, "I've had enough of Asian food. We're in China. It's months of it." He said, "I'm fed up. I want a steak. I want a steak." And he was really loud to the waiter, and the waiter said, "Yeah, steak." And we were up in like Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, and I had standard traditional Chinese of the area, and Danny was so happy they put a steak down for him, and he was like, "This is some of the tenderest steak I've ever had." And I'm like, there is no cattle anywhere near this area. He was eating horse. And it took him about half of the steak before he started realizing it had a sweetness to it. And then he was like, I got to ask what cut of the steak, the cow this is. I said, I'm pretty sure that's not a cow, Danny. And when he and the translator and the waiter all got together and they finally worked it out, it was like, you can see Danny just, yeah, I think I'm done. It's like,
I mean, again, I would probably not to, I don't know. I'll say this out loud. I would probably willingly eat. I mean, we've discussed this on the show, but I would willingly pretty much eat anything other than eyeballs. So
I ate eyeballs. I ate eyeballs in Shanghai, wrapped in jelly. They were
something about it, like something. So like when you know how like in high school everyone dissects frogs and stuff. For whatever reason, when I was in like 4th grade, we dissected cow eyeballs. Yeah. And something about the firmness of them, and then the fact that they're like iridescent inside, kind of like stuck with me. And mine had an eyebrow attached, so like that really kind of like traumatized me away from eyes. But anything else, I'd eat. I mean, I'd probably eat an eye to some extent if it was put in front of me and it was in the right situation. But
you know what? I would eat anything. I'm not even going to say what I eat here, but we could all like use our imagination. But if like it was the end of the world and Tyler was next to me and it was between me or him living, I would totally eat his eyeballs. Like I'm not.
So here's your piece of trivia that before I was a professional magician, I worked at Northwest Biological and Chemical Laboratory. Do you know what I did there?
Eat eyeballs?
I packaged up eyeballs and cats and fetal pigs to ship to schools so they could dissect them.
So there's a chance you ship me an eyebrow with an eyeball on it. So yeah.
What up, Spade?
Spade's in the house here. Spade pulls it and just goes, eyeballs?
Absolutely. Can you imagine doing cups and balls with cow eyeballs as the ending? Here's
oh, dude, that would be epic. You should, what you should do cups and balls with just random different eyeballs.
That would be, I love the idea of in the middle of an act looking down and having an eyeball drop out and you're just picking up, washing your mouth, and then putting it back in and go, sorry about that. I think that would kill.
That would kill, depending on who it is. It would have to be like Dan Sperry or someone.
No, walk around at any table in a really nice 5-star restaurant.
Yeah.
Let me clear my space to put my close-up mat on your table, because that's always a nice thing in a 5-star restaurant. I'll put my little mat down, and then you lean down, spread the cards out, and have your eyeball drop on the table. Just pick it up, wash it in your mouth, stick it back in, and go, okay, so let me show you a trick or two. Just see how long you work for that 5-star restaurant. It'd be awesome.
I'd do that. I'd rock that.
Oh, no, yeah, eyeballs just skeeved me. I don't know why. Like,
I was in Shanghai at, they took me to I did a lot of dinners for sponsors of this big show. I did a show that was seen by, I think it said 300 million viewers watched the show. So that's like 600 million eyes, give or take a few from farming accidents. And after the show, all the sponsors got to have a piece of me. And so I did like breakfast 3 times, lunch 3 times, dinner 3 times. And I went to a factory that made VCRs. That's how long ago, like 95. They made VCRs. And at this factory, we sat down for a nice meal after going through the factory. And the second dish to come out, the first was like that snot soup. I'm fine with that. I ate my snot soup. And then they brought out this bowl of jellied eyeballs. And I remember trying to pick them up with my tongs. And as the guest, you eat first than everybody else. And so the communal spin, you plop yours off, then everybody else, then they wait for you to eat, and then everybody else gets to eat. And I tried everything I could to pick it up with, but chopsticks on a round jellied thing. I finally just stabbed it, but when I stabbed it, it collapsed. And then all that mucus in the center came up. I shoved it in my mouth, and the look on my face was really bad, and I was, no, it's good. And the head got really angry. The cook came in. He screamed at the cook, hit the cook a couple of times. And I'm like, then I'm with the consular for Canada going, just be quiet. And they had a big discussion. And he said, then they took all the food back and they took it all into the back room. And we all sat quietly for like 10 minutes, like dead silence. And then the guy came with a steaming new bowl of them. And I just looked at the counselor, my counselor guy, and he says, try not to freak out this time, Shawn. I said, okay. And I took the bowl, I popped one off, just picked up my fingers, popped it around. Oh, that one's much better. Just moved it around going, oh.
What was wrong with them?
Just the look and the feel of them. it's only two things have ever really repulsed me, and it was the eyeball because the jelly and the liquid mixed together.
Yeah,
that shimmer in it is just. And the other was a dumpling. It was a pastry dumpling that was wrapped with a seaweed tie, and you put it into a warm honey. And now the warm honey goes hard as you were chewing it, so your teeth started to.
Oh yeah, that would drive me nuts.
Well, the part that drove me nuts, not so much that as the speed in which I had to chew, because the dumpling was filled with maggots.
Oh my God.
They were just maggots that had been. They put them in a vinegar sauce to clean out their entrails, so they're empty of whatever, and then they put them in a black bean curd sauce, and so then they're washed, so they're clear, translucent, with a black line in them, and they're like the texture of popcorn when you bite into it, that popcorn peel, and when you bite through, you get that black bean taste, but they're also wiggling, and they're maggots, and they can live in your stomach because of the acids.
So you have to like thoroughly chew them. Yeah.
You have to chew them all, which is really hard to do as they're moving around in your mouth, and your mouth is being prohibited from chewing fast because of the stickiness of the honey.
This sounds like some sort of like trick torture. Like what?
It sounds like freaking Fear Factor with Joe Rogan.
I ate it, and it was one of the two hardest things. The only thing I never ate, it was on the last day of a trip. They took me to a place, and they cubed up something, and it was like literally, it looked like gelatin, and it was dark burgundy with little air holes all over it, and they cubed it. They cut it into little squares, scooped it into a bowl, and poured water on it, and then the water turned pinkish red and then started going darker red as the gelatin was dissolving. And I said to Peter, my translator, I said, "Hey, Peter, what am I about to eat?" And he goes, "It's coagulated pig's blood."
Yeah, no, that's a pass.
No.
That's not food. That's not food.
And I said to Peter, I said, "I don't know what you're going to tell them, but I'm not eating that one." And he said something in Chinese, and they immediately picked the bowl up, removed it, and brought me a bowl of snot soup. And I ate the snot soup, and I said to Peter, I said, "So what did you say?" He said, "I told them that you're a Christian and you can't drink the blood." And I went, "Oh, yeah, that's it."
That's fine.
Mark,
Yeah, we understand.
Mark said he had that. Mark said he's had that.
Oh my God. That sounds horrifying. Like I never even considered that as a possibility for like food, but that makes sense.
Yeah. What's great is in a country where there's a shortage of food, everything can be a food. And you know, chicken feet, chicken beak. I don't know if you've had them, but they taste great. Duck feet is a little chewy, but it's fine.
I've never had them, but not because I wouldn't, just because like, again, opportunities never presented.
I found China to be the most amazing for food. Of all the countries I've ever been to, there are more flavors there. You know, Canada, we don't have flavor. We've got poutine and maple syrup. I guess maple syrup is a flavor. We don't have a lot of flavors.
Maple syrup is amazing. Poutine is disgusting.
Yeah, you don't need other flavors. Maple syrup covers everything. Like,
But you know what the cool thing is though? You guys have different flavor gum, which is dope.
We do.
Yeah, you have really cool gum, and you have disgusting like potato chip flavors too, like
Ketchup.
Disgusting.
Ketchup is the best flavor in the world.
Don't you guys have pickle flavor too? Don't you?
We have dill pickle.
Yeah,
Not just pickle, dill pickle.
I'd rather just eat a damn pickle.
You can put dill pickle chips down and a dill pickle, and you get double the dill.
Oh my God. It's okay. So Canadians really love dill then.
And maple syrup. And you can dip your chips in maple syrup. And now you can take your scotch and your maple syrup and mix them together. Oh my God.
See, I'm a purist. I just drink my maple syrup. So
I've done that. I've done the maple syrup diet.
I have a friend who did that as a challenge on YouTube and vomited.
From drinking too much? I could see that. All that sugar. Yeah.
I have another friend, John Kaplan, came up with a great idea. You know, the card stab where you throw the cards in the air and you stab with a sword or a knife or whatever. So he does it with a bunch of cards, and he dips a hockey stick into maple syrup, then sprays the cards in the air and slaps the cards with a hockey stick, and like a slap shot, and hits the one card and it sticks to the hockey stick.
Does everybody get covered with maple syrup?
Yeah. Well, no, because it's just on the stick, so it's sticking to the stick.
Nice.
When you bam, you hit them, one card sticks.
That's
and you don't even need a gimmick, because I mean the maple syrup will make it stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd make
It's like card
I
on
hate sticky
ceiling, only
things,
card on
Get that
hockey
stuff.
stick. I've never thought about that. I market Michael Lamar's card on ceiling. My company, Palmer Magic, has card on ceiling, the wax you use. And I'm thinking, I bet I could take old maple syrup and I can make a maple syrup variation of the card on ceiling.
Yeah, but then you have that maple syrup stuck on your ceiling.
Well, the card never comes down. I mean, there are cards that are stuck in people's. Michael Lamar made a book of all the places he's done card on ceiling and what the card is all over the world at like airports and in hotels. So that, like in London at Heathrow, I can't remember the terminal. I think it's Terminal 3 at Gate whatever. He tells you there's a 4 of clubs. And so I've had people that have sent me messages going, hey, I'm thinking of you. I'm at Heathrow. And I said, oh, are you by, Terminal 3? Yeah. Gate 43F. Yeah. I said, wait, let's do something fun. Pick a card. They pick a card. I force the 4 of clubs. They go say, now I want you to go over to 43 and look at the ceiling. And they go, oh my God, there's a card on the ceiling. It's the 4 of clubs. You're like, yes.
That's awesome. That's a good reveal right there.
I had a friend who did a contest and he was telling about the card on ceiling. I don't do it a lot. I just market it. But he did card on ceiling and it was in a contest and it was the wrong card when I hit the ceiling. And he was like, damn. Then he talked to the audience and said, sometimes things like that happen. And as he was talking to them, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the card fall off the ceiling, which he thought was really weird because the card shouldn't fall off the ceiling with the wax.
Yeah.
And then he looked and saw the card was still on the ceiling. What had happened was the 2 cards were together.
Stuck together.
So that card floated away. And he had a freaking miracle. Because then he said, we all know that I failed and the card wasn't on the ceiling. But if I could put your card on the ceiling, would that be incredible? At which point he said, look to the ceiling again. Everybody looked up and saw the card on the ceiling.
That's so sick.
That's
awesome.
Literally the best ever.
Dude, that's a sick recovery.
That's actually a brilliant magician. That's the difference between a good magician and a great magician, right?
Yeah.
One that could just go with the flow and, turn a bad mishap into something good.
Norm Nielsen talks about he was at his local bar and there was like a Heineken bottle sitting there. He ordered the drink. While he was about to drink it, he said the guy next to him was crushing. That's back in the 80s where they crushed beer cans against their forehead to show how macho they were. And he watched this guy crush the beer can. He took his Heineken back. And as he felt the label, it felt weird. And he kind of looked down and he could see that there was an indent in the bottle. Like when the bottle was made, a hand picked it up and it dented in the bottle. And it was covered by the label. So he turned to the guy and said, yeah, anybody can crush a can, but can you squeeze a bottle? And then he just slowly squeezed and pushed through the label. So his thumb went into the thumb hole that was in the bottle and then took it out and showed it to the guy. And he said it stayed in the bar for years on the bar shelf for people to see.
That's awesome.
Oh my God. That is so crazy. So now clearly you've traveled a significant.
He's going to do something.
Oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could just like drop it and it went in? I can't do that. Oh, but this is cool. Look, I could probably try to put it in from the bottom, but that would be a trick. Or I could try it from the top, but that would be better. I'm going to do that again because that didn't work. It's too small. That hole is tiny.
Yeah.
If it were bigger, I could fit it in like that, right?
I love it.
Shawn Farquhar, everybody.
like off the cuff too, just perfect.
Farquhar.
I honestly
put a bottle and thought that would be fun.
After talking about all the fun things in your garage and the fact that we talked the other day about that you're one of those people who works on like 18 different projects at a time, I can only imagine like what an amazing like sight your desk must be. Like it probably looks like a tornado of children and toys rolled through with a notebook, but like it's got to be a blast.
It's an explosion at the moment. I've got I'm working on some new stuff for my C2W, which is my card to wallet. I've got a bunch of little wax tablets for nail writing. I got a stack of these because I've got a new idea. I made this, which is kind of cool. That's
actually really cool.
Omni card, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I'm playing with this idea. I think this looks kind of cool. If I could take and go like this. So it's still a work in progress, but the idea of making it happen, I think will be neat.
That's really cool.
Oh.
I've got a half-eaten playing card. Okay.
You'll find the other half later.
So about 6 feet from me, I have a baker's rack. you know Baker's Rack?
Yeah.
It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's got 12 shelves on it right now because I can put them at different heights, and each one of them is the size of my desk. And so I can pull off one of those trays and I put it down, and it has the entire project on it.
Oh, that's really cool. That's actually really clever.
What's great about that is if my OCD and my ADHD comes in and I can't pay attention to it any longer, I don't have to pack it up. I just pick it up and I slide it in and slide another one out that may interest me and spark my creativity, and I play with that. And when I get a stumbling block, I just pick the tray up and slide it back in. And so it's just tray after tray of weird ideas and things I'm working on.
Now, does your family, like your wife and your daughter, are they at the stage where you show them new things and they're like, "Yeah, honey. Yeah, dad." Like, are they? Oh,
they're past that stage. I don't show them anything. They will watch shows. They love to see the entertainment side, the creativity side, and seeing the frustration. I'm not, you know, one of those people that creativity just drops out. I'm a worker. I have to look at multiple things. I have to go through processes. I have to peak myself. I know I grew up surrounded by people that just go, "Hey, let's do this." And I'm like, how did that idea come to be? And I think it really stagnated me when I was young because I just thought you had to be creative, born that way. But then I met people who were born that way, like Kevin James, and I saw him with 3x5 cards writing ideas and putting them down and then rearrange them. What are you doing? So it's my process. I take something from here, an idea from there, and put it with a plot over there, and then I see what I can create. And I'm like, okay, I see you've got something. There's work behind it. And then I started looking at books like, you know, Whack to the Side of the Head. And I realized that creativity is like a muscle that you can actually build on.
Yeah.
And which also makes it hard because when I'm uninspired, I can stare at the stuff and it just looks like crap to me. And then all of a sudden I'll get inspired. I found boxes of these when I was packing up my mom's place. They're the photo corners for like photo albums.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Little black.
Those little black things. Yeah, those things.
Yep.
I have no idea what I'm going to do with them, but they're on the corner of my table because they fascinate me again, and it brings me back to my childhood. And I don't know what it'll be. Maybe the first idea I had is I'm going to produce a book that'll have the photos in them, and each of the photos will do something. Like one can be my torn to pieces trick, and another may be a color changing of the card of the photo, and the next could be like the photo going translucent, and it could be just an entire photo album where everything is something. And I think that's
dope.
That's really cool.
Right? That'd be fun to be able to put a whole bunch of compilation of magic into one thing, all with photos based on card ideas. Yeah. That's the first thought I had. And what would be cool is that they don't all have to be the same style of photos because it would be from the old black and whites to the Polaroids to the new color photos. And the last page when you flipped it would be just those two little tongs and it would have an SD card in it.
Nice. Thank you so much, Mark.
Mark, you are too generous, man. We do appreciate the support so much.
Thank you.
And also, I just want to give a shout out to everyone who's been feeding us fun little facts, tidbits, and questions to ask Shawn to elicit all of these insanely intense stories. Because 100% agreed with Steve. Like, Shawn, you've lived more lifetimes than most people in a shorter period of time in such a way that's just astounding. Yeah, like
I don't ever look at it that way. I don't know. I got that credo, be the best version of you. And I have a poster that I stare at every day that has all those things like every day may not be the best day, but there's something good in every day.
Yeah.
And my favorite one is over there that says, put on your big girl panties and go deal with it. But I think we all can do so much more. I'm always looking at what else there is to do. I learned early to say yes to everything that was outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
That's a positive thing. When you only accept the things that you know you can do, then you're just going to sit there. I fail all the time, and I love it because when I fail, I know I'm one step closer to a solution.
Yeah. And you know what? If you don't fail, then you're not trying new things. You're not pushing yourself.
My dad used to say, success is the brand of a man who aimed too low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true. Because you look at
successful. If you say, yeah, then then really? Because apparently you could go more.
Yeah. Well, it's a funny thing that you look at a lot of times too, and I think, a lot of people work to retire. I think that's the norm. Most people work to retire. The people who are truly successful in whatever it is they may do never stop creating, whether it's, even people who are like CEOs of huge companies, and maybe not even talking about like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk level, because they have a vested interest in the building of that company. They are, the founders, but people who come into an established company and become a CEO of it, like I can't think of who the CEO of GE right now is, but someone like that, those people have this mentality where, you never hit that end point because there is no end point. Continuous creativity is how innovation in life works for so many people, and it's crazy to see.
Absolutely. I'm fascinated when people work at a thing that they don't like because it's money, because I think money is like the biggest illusion. It's just a piece of paper. People fight for it, kill for it, and give up 8 hours every day of their life for a piece of paper. And it's just the configuration of the ink. If the ink was configured even slightly different, it's just a piece of paper, but we put a value to it. I had an argument with a friend of mine who's 35 years an investor in the economy. And I said, the economy is an illusion. He goes, no, it isn't. I've been in it for 35 years. I said, yeah, you're promoting an illusion. Money is only as valuable as we make it valuable. If tomorrow we said from now on, chocolate is the currency, and everybody agreed to it, chocolate would be the currency, and there would be no argument.
I'd be broke.
So when people go, yeah, I hate my job and I hate what I do, and they don't pay me enough, and I'm like, why are you doing it? This is the only time on this planet. I mean, I don't give a crap who you think or what you need, or, oh no, I've got a wife and children. Well, before you started that, you should have decided what you wanted to do, what you're calling. Well, there are people who never get a calling. No, everybody's got a calling. A lot of you ignore it and go for the things that are socially structured to you. I love when I tell people, after Northwest Labs, I remember I went to a magic contest and I won a PCM contest back in '84. And I walked into Mr. Stratton's office and said some very derogatory comments, but I did it with the goal in mind of burning the bridge completely. Because I thought if I didn't burn the bridge completely and I failed at what I tried to be as a magician, I might ask for my job back.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to make sure that bridge was torched beyond belief. and it was. And I remember leaving and people going, why'd you do that? I said, because I just can't come back. And so then I tell people, I say, don't get me wrong, I love work. It's fascinating. I can watch it all day. I don't want to partake in it, but I think it's great. But I just gave up. And I work harder at what I do now than I ever did when I was at my work, but I've never felt like I'm working. Only one time in my life, I was on a cruise ship and the cruise director was replaced by a person who didn't understand. We were the #1 ship in the fleet with the highest rating. I was the highest rated cruise ship entertainer, not just magician, highest rated entertainer with the highest pay salary. And I had the best life I was living. I lived on a ship for 5 years on the same ship. I was raising my daughter. We had a cabin that was like 1,200 square feet, which is unheard of in the cruise ship world, with a private bedroom, a king size bed. Everything was great. And the cruise director who took over said, yeah, we're going to switch things. We've been having you on the second to last night. We're going to have you on the second night. And I'm like, no. I said, I made an agreement that I get time with my family. When the cruise people come on, they don't know who I am. For 4 days, we are just a family enjoying a cruise. And on the 5th day, I do my show. The next day, I am inundated. My family is signing autographs and taking thousands of pictures and meeting people and answering questions. And the next day, they get the hell off the ship and I go back to being a family again. That's my deal. And he says, well, that's not the deal. We pay you to be here for 7 days and you're going to do it. And for 2 weeks, I followed him. And it was the first time in my life I felt like I had a job.
That sucks.
And I remember going up to him saying, hey, I read my part of the contract. I had to give you 7 days notice. Consider it done. He was like, what? And I said, you can explain to the cruise line why I'm quitting. And I got a phone call 3 days later in my cabin, so ship to shore, like $5 a minute, from the vice president of the company going, what can we do to keep you? I said, there's nothing, because as long as this guy and I are working together, that's not going to happen. Oh, so we just have to fire him. I'm like, what? It was like, and the next day there was a knock on my door. It was the cruise director screaming at me going, yeah, sure, get me fired. And I'm like, I didn't get you fired. I told them I was going home. They chose for you to go home instead of me. How am I say? It's like, I'd been just fine to go home. It wouldn't have bothered me in the least.
That's a great story. I love the fact that every time the logo in the back goes off, he turns it back on.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, that's
Man.
great. That's amazing.
So 5 years on a cruise ship, though. Like, how was that?
I
How was that on your daughter, though?
She learned to speak French, German, Spanish, and Tagalog.
Like fluently?
She's lost almost all of it.
I mean, yeah, if you're not using it, you lose it. But damn, that's awesome.
When we were in Spain, she went and played with the kids, full conversational on the ship,
Awesome.
speaking Tagalog with all the crew members. French, she took through school after that. Spanish just seemed to disappear. But when we were doing Mexican Riviera, we'd throw her down on the beach. And I remember when it started, she was like, these kids don't talk to me. I said, they're all talking, Hannah. They just don't speak English. And she's like, what? And then she figured it out and slowly worked up until she was able to have full conversations with the kids and have fun.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yep.
That's so cool.
And what was great about it was we got to spend 24/7 with my family. My wife and I, neither one of us cooked or cleaned. They made our beds and did our laundry. And my daughter went to a daycares to play with kids. So she was socially around children. She became a social butterfly. She's a real empath. She experiences other people's feelings very easily because that's the way she was tuned to be around young children, learn from the kids. When we left and came home, we took her to a school to ask if she could be admitted. And the principal said it would be up to the teacher in the classroom because we were coming in late into the year, blah, 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 blah. The kids had already formed cliques and it might be difficult for somebody young to fit in at this point. And so we went and we knocked on the door and the teacher came out to talk. And while we were talking, Hannah just walked right past us and walked right into the room and said, hi, my name is Hannah and I'm new to the school and I could use a friend or two. If you'd like to be my friend, could you please raise your hand?
Nice.
And her exact words were, hi, my name is Hannah Farquhar and I'm new to the school. And the teacher watched her and then looked back and said, wow. And I said, yeah, it's pretty cool. She goes, no, you're Shawn Farquhar. And I went, what? She goes, you're a magician. And I went, yeah. That's Hannah Farquhar. And I'm like, yeah. She says, I used to work on Norwegian cruise lines. You're like a legend.
Oh my God, that's too funny.
That's hilarious.
That is
so Hannah started school that day. It was pretty cool.
Nice, man. Dude, I mean, you know what I have to say too? I think, the fact that you've had these opportunities that you've been willing to take has clearly had a positive impact on your daughter and your family as well. What made you, and I know I'm sure, the stress of always being up and moving was part of the reason you decided to open your own place, but was it also kind of just time for you, or did you want to move on to a new project, or what was your main motivation for Hidden Wonders?
There was no stress in the travel. I traveled. It was how I was raised traveling. I grew up, my father, we never lived in the same house for more than 3 years of my entire life.
Wow.
And when I moved away from my family, was the first time I actually settled in one place for a long time. My dad was, he did stuff for the Canadian Armed Forces. So we moved constantly. He played trumpet, the drums, played the guitar, did magic, had a rank of corporal airframe mechanic. He worked on things like the Avro Arrow and the CF-104s and worked for the Snowbirds, which is I guess the Blue Angels would be the comparable in America. Aerobatic team. He worked for them as the ground crew. He actually designed the locking chucks that are on aircraft carriers to hold planes apart. He was part of the team that designed that. And a thing called the jet twister, which was a little pliers that locked in braids cable. So the travel wasn't stressful. It was a lot of it, but I love to travel. I think I just needed a new artistic expression. I done everything. I hit all the bucket list stuff. I wanted a theater for decades, but originally I was doing stage magic and I wanted a stage theater. And I was looking at places that seated 750 people. Then it was 300 people. And then one day I said, I don't want that. I don't want the stage. I was working the finest theaters you can on Disney cruise lines. The Walt Disney theaters are as fine a production, if not better, than a lot of Broadway theaters. 200 moving lights, Broadway quality technicians working Broadway quality equipment, movable lifts, LED screens, the top of the line HD cameras. They really made me look like a superstar. And it takes a lot to do that when you're just a goofy little guy in a purple suit. And the night before they're doing, Beauty and the Beast with 30 people on stage in a Broadway cast, and the beast actually turns into a prince by levitating the air and spinning. And then they go, well, now that you've seen Beauty and the Beast, tomorrow night, come see Shawn Farquhar.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest though. Like I give you tremendous credit, because I've done a few cruises where I've gone on a few 5-day cruises. Oh my God, they're so horrible.
Yeah.
Like they're miserable. Like cruises are miserable.
I grew up there. We in 1984, 84 or 85, 84, September of 84. Lori and I were working a mall, doing shopping mall, 15-minute spots 4 times a day on a riser in the center of the mall. And the deal was draw a crowd and release them, then draw the crowd and release them throughout the day. So they came out of stores, saw you, and went into other stores. And They stayed all day to see the 4 different sets. That way you were the entertainment that kept people at the shopping center. Halfway through the day, I checked my answering machine. Back in the day, you had to actually put a payphone and you had a little box, and then you could hear your messages. And I heard my messages, and it was an entertainment director from a small agency in town in Vancouver. I wasn't in Vancouver. I was far away, like 5 hours, going, a magician dropped his assistant on some floating thing. She broke her hip. If you can be at a dock tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., you can have a cruise ship for a week. And the pay was like $1,200 for the week in 1984.
That's not bad, yeah.
Phenomenal when I was doing a weekend for $300 at a mall.
Yeah.
So we drove through the night, got there, got on the ship, and they told me I had to do 2 15-minute spots before these big celebrities that were, well-known singers and Broadway dance couple. And so we died. We had the apartment, the cabin was no bigger than the bathroom of my apartment, but who cares? I was on a cruise ship. The food was free. You could call room service, and they brought it right to my room, and they didn't pay for it. And I was living on top ramen noodles and like McDonald's crap that they threw in the dumpster. So this was pretty gorgeous. And with the pork, with the apple, the pig with the apple in his mouth, we're on the buffet. It was like, and lobster. Friday night was steak and lobster. We got lobster and escargot. It was unbelievable. And we did the week up, and then we thought we were done. And they said, we like you. You can do the week back. We're like, yeah, 7 more days, another $1,200. And on the way back, the president of the cruise line saw us and said, do you have more material like this? Yes, I've got 8 15-minute spots, because I do them in shopping centers. Everyone was different, costumes and everything. He goes, yeah, okay. How long would you like to stay? I said, until you kick us off.
Nice.
And we moved from, that was the Canard Princess. We went up to, from the Canard Princess to the Saga Fjord when they bought NAC, and went from Norwegian American Cruise Line Saga Fjord to Vista Fjord to pretty much every ship in the Canard fleet moved up. And I never thought it was bad, because at the height of it, I live in an apartment that you'd easily pay $2 to $3 grand for in New York. I had free food. I'm 58 years of age, and I've never made a bed, and I've never done laundry. Okay. Those are 2 primary things I think are very cool. I don't even know how to turn a washing machine on. So
I think you could figure it out. They're pretty straightforward. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can.
Brilliant. And he's like,
So about 7-8 years ago, my wife had to go care for her father and left me to care for my daughter. And I took my daughter swimming. After swimming, she needed her swim trunks to be dried for the next day, because she had swimming classes the next day too. And I put them in and couldn't figure out how to. Apparently, you have to pull the button out and then twist, not just twist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I didn't know how to do it. And
I mean, I feel like 7-8 years ago, you could have Googled it.
I probably could have, but I really didn't care. We just went out and bought another pair of swim trunks, and we were fine.
That's also a reasonable solution.
When I was in Japan, I'm this maybe 5 years ago, I had an extra television show was added on, and I planned how many clothes I take, load up. I had everything. And you can't wear the same thing on 2 different TV shows. It's not a hip thing to do, apparently. Yeah. So off I went to find clothes, because I decided I was going to wash the clothes, and I'd make a combination of them. And I stood there. I actually put up my phone, and I said, hey, Shawn's about to wash. I'm 53 years of age. I'm going to do my first load of laundry. I put the yens in. I got the soap. I looked at the machine. I put money in. It couldn't make it turn on. I said, Shawn's going to now stop and go buy more clothes.
Oh my God.
I bought more clothes, and that was a fun day. I was in the fashion district in Tokyo. I see something in the window, looks great. I go in, I say, I want that shirt with that jacket. It's perfect. I do it in my best Japanese English. And the guy in his best English says, we don't carry American fat.
Should have told them you were Canadian. They would have figured it out.
And I tried to explain to him, I said, fat is not a size. He goes, what? I said, that's not a size. And then I explained in Japanese what fat was, and his face went very embarrassed because the amount of times he told tourists American fat.
Oh my God, that is so good.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I mean, that's about what size I'm sitting at right now. So
It's not a size, though, guys. It's not a size.
I think
I feel like it's pretty much a size right now.
yeah, I feel like, post or midst of COVID, a lot of people are wearing some COVID bods. So
Yeah, but I've seen some people that are just freaking me out. My friend Bill Cook has never looked fitter in his entire life. There's a boy from Chicago. He's grew a beard, cut his hair, style changed, everything. If you look at a picture of him post-COVID, pre-COVID, and now, it's like an ad for weight loss
That's awesome.
and fitness. Unbelievable. I can name a dozen of my friends, and I just keep looking, going, I should start tomorrow. If I started tomorrow, I keep taking the before picture.
Just a whole bunch of before pictures getting worse and worse.
More and more before pictures.
I can't even talk. I literally got an entire pizza sitting on my counter downstairs. So,
dude, I have no idea how Tyler doesn't take up the whole screen already. Literally, he's a champion eater. The dude can eat pizza and burritos like it's nobody's business.
There was 4 weeks where I ate nothing but pizza or burritos for every meal.
Good.
Yeah,
it's perfect food. It's all the food groups all wrapped up into one.
Yeah, well, I got a pizza and a stromboli today, so I might switch it up for late dinner tonight and have some stromboli.
My wife is making stew. She said, "How long is the interview?" I said, "I have no idea." She said, "I'm making stew. You can eat whenever you're hungry. Have a nice day."
That's a good woman right there.
Oh my God,
she loves me.
And stew is delicious as well. So, and that's an interesting thing about it too, because I feel like, one thing that I always notice with your Instagram is you do include, your family in that, and you really do let people in on a lot more of a personal level than I think a lot of, internet, celebrities, for lack of a better term, do. But it also seems like your wife and your daughter are very supportive.
They're my whole world. I couldn't be where I am. If I hadn't married Lori, I would live in a garage filled with some of the coolest toys in the world and own nothing else.
I mean, that doesn't sound terrible.
I wouldn't be where I am today. And definitely my daughter. Before she was born 20 years ago, my focus was Lori and I was where can we go next? What can we see next? We traveled to 50 some countries in a year, and it was exciting and fun. And we owned nothing. We had an apartment that we rented out to friends and gave to friends. And then we, none of it mattered. We just throw it in storage and go. And when Hannah was born, we, bought the house, got the sensible, safe car. And I remember holding her in my arms and thinking, oh my God, I'm responsible for this human. I have to actually concentrate on what I'm going to do. I formed a company that week called College Fund Productions.
Nice.
It was set to I'm now going to teach my secrets, share my ideas, and it's going to be College Fund Productions, and all the money that goes in that will go directly to my daughter for her education. And it has, nice. And it's piled on top of each other. And I bought video equipment with it, which we amortized so that we can put it in. And then along the road, I stumbled on Palmer Magic. The guy was one of my suppliers and was a super nice guy. And he was going to retire. He ran into some health issues. And I said, if you ever consider, I'd like to buy a couple of tricks from your line. He said, I don't want to sell one or two. I want to sell the company. I said, I can't afford the company. I can only afford. I really wanted the Omni deck because Jerry Andrus, my mentor, had created it. And Palmer Magic owned the rights to it. And I said, I really want that. And he says, well, I don't want to just sell one. I want to sell everything. So we never even talked money. We just moved on. And it was about a month and a half later, he phoned me to say, just let you know, I found a buyer and he seems like a nice guy and you'll probably be able to deal with him. And I said, can I just ask out of curiosity, how much he bought the company for? And when he told me the number, it was $2,000 less than I was going to pay him for the Omni deck.
Oh, damn. All right.
And I was like, have you signed any paperwork? And he's no. And I said, good, don't sign any paperwork. I'll give you $2,000 more for your company. What? And I said, and I know you think he's going to break it up. So I will guarantee you I won't break the company up. As long as you're alive, it will always be called Palmer Magic. And when you die, it'll still be called Palmer Magic. But I give you no promise on that. Just that I promise you that I will keep it all together as long as you're with us. He goes, really? I said, yep. And I'll give you the extra money. And in the end, I even paid for his funeral because I thought I was just buying the name of the company and the rights. And then about 4 months later, he phoned me and said, when are you coming to get all the stuff? And I said, there's stuff? He's like, there's a trailer and there's a garage, like a shed full of stuff, a storage locker. And I was like, what? So I drove to Carson City, Nevada. He lived in California. I had to drive to Carson City, Nevada. I took my truck down to throw some stuff in the back. And when I got there, I had to buy a trailer because there was too much stuff.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Now it's all in his garage.
Yeah, and it's all in my garage. Absolutely. Years later, I got a phone call from a guy in Germany going, say, it's my understanding you bought Palmer Magic. I said, yeah, Palmer was a dear friend of mine. I said, oh, that's cool. He said, I understand that when he passed, you helped with the problems in the situation. I said, yeah, Palmer was a good guy. And he says, so I have a whole bunch of stuff he brought over to Europe for his European tour, but he fell sick and had to go home. So it's all still in the boxes. Do you want it? I'm like, what kind of stuff? He says, I don't know, 200 Omni decks, 60 of the Slidini silks, 40 of the telekinetic timbers. He's just yes, please. I'll give you my DHL number if you could just ship that to me. Okay, no problem.
Oh my God.
There was $6,000 worth of material just in that. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
That's cool.
That's really cool though. I mean, and again though, like being willing to jump at those opportunities and building those relationships clearly has paid off for you.
Yeah, none of that would have happened if my daughter hadn't come along. I'm pretty sure Lori and I would still be just gallivanting anywhere on our own, just doing whatever. Yeah. I wouldn't have the house. We moved out of the smaller house to the bigger house because we wanted her to be in a better school district and we wanted, to be connected better. We found I lucked out on the house. The guy was the vice president of Mallory Batteries, a big battery company. And unfortunately, his wife passed away in the backyard of a heart attack and he just didn't want to be in the house anymore. Yeah, he listed it at 1.2 and we got it for like 700,000 because the neighbor looked at us while we were talking to the realtor, was talking 1.2 million. And we're going, yeah, we're just looking. We didn't have that kind of money. As we were going to leave, the neighbor goes, hey, are you looking at this house? And we're like, yeah, no, not really. He goes, Jill Kropp from the news is looking at the house. Well, Jill can have it. And she's like a local celebrity. And he goes, hey, I know you. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, you're that guy that does that card trick to the Sting song. I'm like, yeah. He goes, oh my God, I watch that all the time. I fancy myself, an amateur magician. I'm like, no way. Says, they don't want 1 point. All Jack really wants is like 725,000. That's all he really wants. And I'm like, are you sure? Yeah. So I'm like, okay. I walked straight over to the realtor and said, here's my offer. I've got 700,000. I think I can borrow another 20 grand from my mother and maybe scrape 5 grand out of my friends. Here's my offer, 725,000. The woman goes, I couldn't take that up. Is it your choice to say no or your client's choice? He goes, we need to sign paperwork on it right now. Okay. So signed it right there on the hood of my truck. She phoned him and 48 hours later, I owned the house.
That's so awesome.
It's crazy.
Big risk, big reward, right? You take the chance and you never know how it's going to play off.
We traveled for over a month before we even got into the house. And we were like in Mexico. And I'm like talking to Lori going, so did the master bedroom have like a mirror? And we couldn't remember the layout of the house. It was like so fast. And all the paperwork was done before we left, but the payments had to be made while we were gone. And so my old house had a secret room behind an area behind a cabinet in the bathroom. And so
that's creepy.
How do I put this? So when I was younger, a lot of international gigs paid, paid.
Yeah.
And so you'd have all these like Japanese yen or Chinese yuan or German marks, lots of different countries, and the hassle of putting them in a bank to transfer it all rather than just keep the cash. So when you went back to that country,
you had it.
So instead of having a safe that they could focus in on and steal, you had a safe hidden in this area. So I remember phoning my friend Ray, going, "Hi Ray, you're going to learn something about me right now," because he was looking after our place. I said, my sister-in-law was staying there because they just lost their place in a divorce. She lost it, and so she was staying there so she could have the kids. And I said, "You're going to go over and visit Janet, and you're going to ask to go into the bathroom, and then you're going to pull on a plug and twist a thing and lift up a thing, and then this thing's going to open." "What?" He said, "There's going to be a safe there. I'm going to give you 2 of the numbers now, and then I'm going to call you back later on another phone and give you the other number because this is Mexico and anybody can listen to this conversation." And then you're going to take 20 grand out and you're going to go put it down as the goodwill deposit. And he's like, "Wait, you have a safe hidden in a..." Yeah. And so he went and did it for me. He had to go get a cashier's check. And poor Ray got audited, and they called the RCMP in because he went in with 20 grand in cash, and anything over 10 grand, I think they have to call the police.
Oh my God.
That was a fun story. Yeah.
That's funny. That's most people don't have hidden chambers in their bathroom. So I feel like that's a good place to put it.
Yeah, not in the bathroom. I was about to say, if you're going to say most people, yeah. I mean, listen, I just want a library. I definitely put a hidden room in it, but I just want a library.
I have one in my bookcase here, and then I have a hidden wall at Hidden Wonders. Hidden Wonders, my greatest security for Hidden Wonders is that it doesn't look like a theater. It looks like a curiosity shop filled with junk from my garage. And if they ever broke in, we've had already one break in, and they took some 8-track tapes and some coffee stuff. All right. But they missed the fact that there's this elegant room with all these theatrical lights and all this video and audio equipment and tons of stuff in the back.
Yeah.
And a room full of silver trophies and cups and stuff, right? It's like it's all there because they can't find the room because you can't find the door. And because the door is a hidden door and it just looks like a wall. And so I said, my best security is that you can't find my theater.
That's funny. That's brilliant. I always wanted a hidden chamber.
I'm working on another one now for upstairs in the guest bedroom because I have a 2-car garage attached to the house, and the level above it is all books. There's probably about 7,000 books up there and a couple of pinball machines. And I don't like that you have to go through the family room, through the garage, to up a flight of stairs to go up to them. And so I think it'd be really cool if I could just go across the hallway from my bedroom into the guest bedroom and into it. So I just cut a big hole in the wall that I go through. But now I want to cover it. And I think I'm going to put a mirror in the guest bedroom that's like a wall mirror that'll just slide over so then you can go into there. Right now, it's just a bookcase, small bookcase that I have to pick up and move. But I love it. When magician friends come over, I put a bunch of books in there that are like, Carl Fulves self-working card tricks and stuff like that. And I said, this is my library. If you ever want to look at any of the books, you want to check them out, you're happy to, look at any of the books. It's quite a vast library. And my friends all think I'm kind of nuts at first going, where's the library really, Shawn? Oh, I'm sorry. And then I pick up the bookcase, move. It's through the hole in the wall. They're like, oh, cool. There's a 2-foot difference between the garage and the house because the house foundation's a different level than the garage foundation. And so when I didn't have to have the hole as big because when you step down to go in. So the hole isn't as high as a doorway. You have to step as you go through. You have to commit to stepping through or else you're just going to smash your head on the wall.
I don't think Tyler and I would smash our heads.
Oh no, we're short, so thankfully we could probably make it. But talking about the fact that you cut the hole in the wall, we chatted a little bit in the pre-show about how handy you are, and you actually built that brick wall behind you.
I did. Yeah. My brick wall. That's not a brick wall.
Which to me is just astounding because, even knowing it's not a brick wall, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the edges. I'm looking at the corners, and it looks like a brick wall.
And every brick is its unique brick, like a brick would be. I hand painted every single brick. So imagine it was just a flat drywall, the gyprock wall, and I took a piece of coroplast that was about 3 foot by 2 foot, and I sat down and I cut the squares out that would be bricks.
Yeah,
so a little template, and then I stuck it on the bottom part of the wall. And it's the thickness of coroplast, so it's not thick. And I just took drywall mud and I mudded it against the wall. And then I pulled the coroplast off and moved it over and did it again. And I slowly did the entire wall until it was just all little drywall squares. And then I let it dry until it was fine. What's great about it is they're not all the same. There's all textures because of little air pockets and stuff. So nothing is smooth. It's all got that. So then I bought a paint they called brick, and I painted it, and it just looked terrible. It just looked like a orangey wall. It looked like that wall. That's the brick. That's what I used for the rest of the paint on. So then I went, that's not going to work. So I just went and bought 5 different colors of paint, and I sat and painted every brick and sponged little spots of white and blue and black and red until everything was a different color.
It looks spectacular.
How long did it take you?
I started in November and finished in end of February, March to do the brick wall. So, but I also travel a lot and in between. And when Easter came around, I hired a local artist and she came in and put this on. And it was funny because I assumed she was going to do it freestyle and just, she's an artist. And she immediately came in with a projector and put it down, turned her laptop on with a screensaver of the world globe, and then took a piece of chalk and just chalked it out.
Nice.
And then turned off the projector and then started painting. I'm like, I could do that. And now I know how to do it. So I could do that. Yeah. I love it because it's the world and it's on a wall. It's everything. I love the feel of brick. And it goes well with my bookcase that I hand built. I milled all the pieces of wood. I ran them through, planed them.
I think that's awesome.
It's all cherry wood.
No, it's beautifully done too. And so do you have like did you pick up like a planer, or do you know someone who runs a mill? And
I have everything in my shop.
All right.
In my wood shop, I have a big American Standard table saw that's got a 8-foot draw across it. I've got a 16-inch planer. I've got 2 drill presses. I've got a lathe. I have what else is in there? A bandsaw, probably 7 circular saws, steel saws, at least 5 drills.
I have a question for you, Shawn.
2 lasers.
2 lasers.
Tell me something that you don't have. That's the question. That's the tough question.
I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. That's what I don't have enough of. I don't have enough time.
That's not tangible. So it's got to be something like what do you? Is there anything that you're like, I want that, or I wish I had that?
Nope.
That's because you have everything.
Yeah.
Everything he needs, at least.
I would love the Theater of Magic pinball machine. I have 3 pinball machines, but the Theater of Magic one is the one I want. But I just can't justify paying $7,000 to $10,000 for a pinball machine.
Yeah, that's pricey.
Yeah, so I probably will never have one. I guess there's a Houdini one. I saw one at the back of Chicago Magic Lounge last year. They gave me a backstage tour, and in their offices, they had a pinball machine, a Houdini pinball machine. I was like, oh, that's so great. But I think it's $5,000 to $7,000 too. My pinball machines are older. I've got like Secret Service and Digital Stereo, which is a multi-ball, really great place. Spy Who Loves Me and James Bond stuff. And I've got Highball, which is like a 1960s one. And I've got one called Bon Voyage, which is great. I think it was only released in Canada, and it's so wrong. It's like 1970s. It's got this very voluptuous flight attendant whose name is, I don't know her name, but the pilot's name is Big John. And the light flashes around her crotch area, and she has a little belt buckle that has a slot that says "Place a quarter for fun." And all that seems inappropriate, but the part that bothered me the most was there's a plane flying in the background, and if you look closely, there are 2 people falling out of the plane.
Oh my God!
Google it, Bon Voyage pinball machine. Look at the back plate, and you'll go, everything is wrong. Oh, her name is Hots. That's what it is. Her name is Hots. It has on her badge Hots, and his says Big John.
Oh my God!
What a creative name.
Everything is wrong with that. But the pinball machine is great, and it plays a great game.
Oh my God! Yeah, this back. I'm looking at this. Backdrop is terrible. Like,
yeah, if you look up in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see just below the plane 2 little black figures falling from the sky.
oh my god.
Jeez.
Isn't that crazy?
Shawn, do you have a CNC machine?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah. And I have the Glowforge laser printer.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
I keep seeing those. Yeah, I keep seeing those and I'm like, man, those things look awesome.
And then I have a Zing 75-watt laser that's like industrial standard.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that how you built OmniDeck?
Yep. And etch them.
I know it.
Put things like this into them.
Nice.
I just did this one.
Oh,
I am so thrilled with this one. I don't know if you'll be able to see the quality of that. But look at that.
No, that looks spectacular.
Look at the depth and the definition that's in that. It's not one layer of etch. I decided to do multiple layers using Illustrator. So some are etch and some are burn and some are deep groove. So there's 4 layers to it. I just think it looks.
How long does it take to print that?
This is the Lexan. So it's just etching. It cuts the edge and then cuts this part. I do 12 of them in 2 hours.
Oh, wow. It's not bad.
Yeah,
that's on the industrial. On the Glowforge, I think one of these is about 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
There's a difference in the intensity of the lasers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you have like a minimum that you have to do when you do the industrial, or is it just a lot more work?
Can do whatever I want to on the bed. Glowforge sent some congratulations thing because everything loads up and then comes back. And I guess I did 5,500 projects this year.
Interesting.
And they said something to the neighborhood of I used up 14 football fields worth of material.
Damn.
Yeah. So I have no idea how I did that. But when I think about all the signings I've done and all the OmniDecks, I do a lot of OmniDecks.
Nice.
It's a pretty popular trick.
Yeah, no, I can't even count the amount of, performances I've seen with an OmniDeck. So, and understandably so.
I saw Chris Ramsey do one. That was the first one I saw as Chris do one.
It's funny, I saw him do it on his YouTube channel years ago, and I sent him an etched one with his Chris Ramsey logo. I didn't know Chris or anything. I still don't know him. And I sent him one thinking, oh, I'll get some sort of little note going, thanks. Never heard anything back. And I'm like, dude, that was one of the coolest things ever. But I think he switched his logo from the CR with the snaky thing to something else now. So maybe it's just.
No, it's still the CR with the snake because he just released the puzzle with it recently.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe he just didn't like the OmniDeck with his logo in it. I don't know. Because I was like, hey, that's a fun. I didn't even know who he was. My daughter mentioned it to me. This was 4 or 5 years ago. He did an impression of me in a group of stuff. And it was pretty funny. Hey, how are you? And I was like, yeah, that's me. And the next one was an OmniDeck. And I was like, oh, that's an OmniDeck. He should get a real one. Here's a good one. I'll send this one. And I sent him one with his etching and everything on it.
Nice.
Maybe I just didn't have the right mailing address.
Could be. Yeah. I don't know.
That guy's taken the internet by storm, though. And now he would.
Ask Spidey. Spidey will get it to him.
Yeah. All of those guys, the 4 of them, they're coming here to film their television series.
Yeah. I think they're there now.
They're already.
Big Trick Theory or something?
Big Trick Energy. Yeah.
I was asked by the producers early if I wanted to be a technical consultant or the prop maker. And I was like, no, I know those guys. No, thank you. They're crazy. The shit I'd be making would be insane. And then I was like, I don't want to be on sets during this COVID thing. It just kind of frightens me. And then, but it's funny. The people that got hired are all emailing me going, okay, so where do I get doves? Okay, where do I get an appearing pool cue? Okay, where do I get this? And I'm like, dude, might as well take the job. But I'm happy to help friends.
Well, and yeah, it's interesting too, because I think the one trick that I saw from their trailer for it was like a shock collar that like burned into the neck. And I'm like, oh man, yeah, you'd definitely be building some crazy stuff. Yeah,
the shock collar thing was a really cool idea. I signed a NDA, but they sent me a bunch of the stuff in advance to see,
nice.
And I'm like, it'll be a very fun series. They're 4 really whacked. I've known Eric Leclerc and Wes forever.
Yeah.
I have Wes. Wes was my roommate. No, just and I didn't have a crossbow through my head. But we went and did the Bob Fitch workshop, and Bob Fitch.
Did you wake up with any dildos under your pillow?
Close.
Close.
So Bodfitch insists that everybody rooms with somebody to break down barriers. So Eric and I roomed together, and we were talking about marketing, and he was saying, he has trouble, blah, blah, blah at the time. And so when he got a marketing call while I was in the room, I had him repeat what I said, and he doubled his salary for that one. He goes, "Oh my God, that really works." I'm like, yeah, it really works. So the next day we did our workshops. It was great. And the third day he got butt naked and ran around the hotel streaking because he thought it was fun. And I was like, this guy's a nut. It's gonna be.
I swear that show, it just reminds me of Jackass for magicians, basically.
So I got a funny story about that.
I did a Jackass too?
No, so I did a morning talk show in Vancouver, and I set up to do healed and sealed, where the can slowly unpops and then you crack it open, you can pour out the can.
Yeah.
So I set it all up, and it's time sensitive. After a while, it's just not going to do its trick. But I'm smart. I brought two. So I set the one, and they said, when you're going on is all, time sensitive. We have a guy they're doing the race. And so when this guy finishes his laps, he can come in and talk about how fast he was during the race. So I'm not really paying attention to the show. So I don't know who any of the guests are. I'm just going to do my spot. It's really early in the morning. It's like we got there at 5 a.m. I'm on supposed to be 6:30 or something. It's now 7 something. I'm still not on. The race guy, Greg, came in, did his spot, and he leaves. Now it's my turn. I come in and I take the can and replace it. I just throw the other one in the actual trash, and I put the new one into the trash so that I can do the trick. And I sit down and I begin the trick, and I say, "Well, you want to see something really cool? Let me just get something out of the trash." And I do the trick. Boom, boom. It's really cool. Everybody freaks out. I crack it open. The chef says it's now time to eat the edamame he's prepared. So I get a piece of edamame. I've never had edamame in my life. And I put the whole thing in my mouth and start chewing it. And I'm like, this is really chewy and stringy. And I see everybody else stripping them. And I'm like, oh, apparently I did it wrong.
Yeah.
And the guy on the couch, not the couch I'm sitting on, though, next to me goes, "That's a real jackass thing to do." And I'm like, what a rude thing to say. But I don't know what's going on. So we cut the break. And I say to him, "I really didn't appreciate you." He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just plugging my movie." And I'm like, "Movies? The Jackass movie. That's what I'm here plugging." I'm like, "Yeah, Steve-O?
Steve-O? Yeah, I'm like,
yeah." So I'm telling him about etiquette, like he cares.
Dude staples his balls to paper. I don't think he cares about anything.
oh my God, he literally has a tattoo of himself on his back.
Well, I know nothing about them, and I didn't. So it was one of those moments, where you stick your foot in your mouth and then just switch it for another foot. When it was over, he says, "Yeah, so whatever. I hope you had fun." And I'm like, "Yeah." And the producer comes over, so that was really cool. And that trick with the can thing was really cool. So that's some like sort of trick can or something. And the guy goes, "Yeah." Steve-O is like professing his knowledge. It's definitely a trick can, blah, blah, blah. That's why. And I said, "Really?" And I walked over to the garbage can and I picked out the other one that I had prepared earlier. I said, "Look, I can do it with this." And I just picked up a can and gave it a good shake. And it went pop, 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 pop. And I was like, yay. Their jaws just dropped because it was like off the moment. And the producer looks at me and says, "Anytime you want to be on the show, you're welcome back."
That's awesome. Oh my God. That's too funny. Someone from the chat actually said, "You've had snake, but not edamame."
Absolutely. How weird is that?
I feel like most people have had. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
I was talking to someone the other day, and they said they ate edamame, and they actually ate the whole thing because they didn't know that you just
That's
eat.
what I did.
Yeah.
Set it right on TV. Nothing like being on TV chewing on it. It's like cow's cud towards the end. You're like,
yeah.
Oh my God. It's really sharp and it doesn't break down.
No, it doesn't. It's stringy and thick and yep. I look like a jackass apparently. It's very nice.
Hey, I mean, you met Steve-O. I feel like a lot of people are envious of that. He seems like a character.
And I didn't stick a car up my anus, so everything's good.
There you go. Yes, you came out of there with your anus intact.
I had to see the movie afterwards. Come on.
Oh my God. They were a crew. They were a hell of a crew.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I feel like
the whole thing on all these stupid things I've said. I work with I did a country music festival. Oh, a music festival. It was mainly country music. And I opened for goodness gracious, Great Balls of Fire. What's his name? Piano player. Can't think.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'll tell you in a minute.
Little Richard?
Nope.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Yeah. So I opened for Jerry Lee Lewis.
Little Richard.
Afterwards, I was there for 3 days of the festival. On the first day, I opened for nobody. It was just do stuff. The second day was open for Jerry Lee Lewis, and the third day was for a guy who had a country western guy. And to this day, I probably couldn't tell you his name. But backstage, before the show started, there was a guy standing around with a cockatoo. And I love cockatoos. I had a cockatoo for years. I had Sydney in the show for years. And I said, does your bird do any behavioral tricks? And he's going, no, I just literally got him. I'm like, oh, well, there's some natural things you can do. Really? I said, yeah. Like, here, I'll show you. I coaxed the bird over my hand. I did a roll to make the bird's wings go out. He goes, oh, that's so cool. I said, yeah, and I can make him do this. And I said, I'd be happy to show you some more as I hand him back. I said, but first I got to go out and do this thing. Once I'm done that and open for what's his name, then I'll be happy to show you some stuff. And he goes, oh, I'll be busy then. I said, oh, what will you be doing? He said, I'm what's his name. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh my God.
Always those moments.
Man.
Those are the best. That's something I would totally do.
See, I feel like you also though have the personality where you can bounce back from it. Like I feel like you roll with it and you're just like, oh, ha, 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 and you bring that airiness to it. So it's all right.
Yeah, like I don't care. Do you know who Michael Bain is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do? Okay,
Yeah.
so I didn't. When I did that K2 film, they phoned me up and said, we need you to meet the actor first. He has to approve you, whatever. And I've done that with lots of them. And they always stay at the same place, Sutton Place. And it's always up into, a fancy suite or whatever. So I go up and the elevator doors open right into the suite. So you're in a nice one when the elevator opens and you're in the place. And I'm like, hi, my name is Shawn. He goes, hi, I'm Michael. Nice to meet you. We sit down for a few minutes. We talk. And I said, so Michael, where are you from? And he looks at me like I'm a three-headed alien. And I'm like, and he's LA, Shawn. I said, oh yeah. I said, yeah, okay. And I know now it's uncomfortable because he's thinking you don't know me at all. And I'm thinking, so I said, just to let you know, I get hired for a lot of these productions because I don't actually follow movies and films. And so I don't, gush when I meet, people of your stature.
Yeah.
And I said, can you name a couple films I might have seen you in? And he begins with like The Terminator, The Abyss, Aliens, Tombstone. And he just keeps going through it. I'm like, holy crap, who is this guy? Because it's like I've seen every one of those movies and I still don't even recognize him at that point. And then finally he said something that was like Navy SEALs. And I'm like, oh. And he goes, really? On that one? and you're like, yeah, that's why. And, I just don't care. It's like, I'm sorry. Great, you got it. And I had to have it covered. I said, you know what? You're one of those amazing actors that actually becomes such a character that I recognize you as the character more than as the actor. And that speaks to your talent. And he looks at me and goes, good cover, Shawn. I said,
good cover. Yeah.
Oh my God. I love it. Dude, I have to say, this has been an absolutely epic conversation.
Weird.
That's for damn sure. We still haven't heard that.
Did you ever watch the show Supernatural?
Yes.
So, I can't even tell you his name now. My daughter became a huge fan, and I didn't see any of the episodes or anything, but she wanted to go to Comic-Con. So we packed her and her friend, and off we went to Emerald Con in Seattle. And just the trip down in the hotel's a few $100s. Then the passes at $200 a piece for, my wife, Lori, Hannah, me, and her friend. We're in it for like $1,500. And
crazy.
I said, what do you want to do first? She says, I want to meet the King of Hell. And I'm like, what? She said, he's doing a signing autograph photo thing. I want to meet the King of Hell. And I'm like, yeah. Let's go meet the King of Hell. So we go up these stairs and there's all these lines and all these tables. And the biggest line is the King of Hell. I mean, there's like hundreds of people ahead of us. So I do the Instagram picture of, here I am in a line with a bunch of idiots. I'm going to meet the King of Hell. And while I'm waiting, my daughter's explaining it's $50 for the photograph, $50 for an autograph, or $80 for the two of them. And I'm going, really? I'm going to pay $80? This is insane. And a text comes through. My friend Glenn Farrington. And Glenn is this super great writer, a comic magician. He brought the internet to cruise ships and gave me free internet for years. I owe him a lot. He's one of the greatest people in the world. Glenn texts and goes, say, Shawn, get out of the line and wave your arms. And I'm like, I'm not getting out of line. You're not tricking me. I'll lose my spot. And he texts back, no, seriously, wave your arms. So I get out of line and I wave my arms. And all of a sudden the guy at the table gets up and he starts walking down the line and they're all cheering. He walks down. And as he gets closer, he goes, Shawn. I'm like, oh, Mark. And he's like, Shawn, Mark. And I'm like, I look at Hank and say, is this the king of hell? She's going, yes. I worked with him on the X-Files.
Oh, like, that's too funny.
I'm not paying for his autograph.
That's hilarious. Dude, I don't understand the whole autograph thing anyway. Like that's
either. I ask for them and I love them when they're people. I want them as I have a lampshade upstairs that is the most killer lampshade. 2 of them. They're 1960 lampshades, but they were signed in 1972 at a FISM in Lausanne, Switzerland. My mentor had a party in his room, and for some reason, everybody came. And I mean, everybody.
Right.
And he said, sign something. And they're like stovepipe 1960 lampshades. And so we have Peter Ravine's signature, Kuda Bucks's signature, Channing Pollock's signature, Larry Jennings' signature, Di Vernon's signature. They're all
so cool.
on these lampshades. And I'm like,
so cool.
That's cool.
It's like, to me, that's different because it's a piece of history. To sign a napkin doesn't seem like a cool thing. Signing a playing card, that is a kind of a cool thing. I have a friend who literally took an entire deck of cards and had each person sign a card. And then he's framed it as an entire deck of cards with all the people that inspired him in Magic.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely cool.
But to sign a photograph of them,
yeah, no, to me that's
I'll be honest. I'm not even. Somebody will be like, "Do you want me to sign your deck?" I'm like, "No." Like that ruins the deck for me. Like
somebody asks you if you want them.
Well, no, like for instance, if people do like campaigns or whatever, and they're like they have signed decks. If you want, you can just say it at the end of the campaign. Do you want a signed deck? Like I'd rather not have someone's signature on my deck because I think it ruins the box. And I don't
did that by just putting the signature right on the ace of spades in the spade.
Exactly.
So it was already done because I didn't want to sign a bunch of them with my. I pulled out. This is so random. Do I have it there? Yeah. This was my first deck of custom playing cards. Look how bad they are. I'll point out their bicycle though.
Nice.
Nice.
But look at that design. Is that the worst design you've ever seen?
That's a pretty rudimentary design compared to what we'll see these days. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest though. 95% of bicycle decks are pretty disgusting.
Yeah, a lot of bicycle decks now that are branded bicycle are pretty mellow, like pretty minimal. But
well, come on, Knox. It's just I'm waiting for the white Knox.
I mean,
nothing.
They already have them.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it just a white back or is there a border?
There's a border.
There's a border. Yeah.
White on white with just the border.
Yeah, with a thin black border, right?
Doesn't it make the
It's
marking?
one of my favorite knock decks.
But doesn't that make the marking really obvious?
No, dude, the marking you literally need a telescope for your eyes to read the marking. Like I love Alex. Alex, like you're my homie, bro. But like that marking system, I should say Kevin Raylick, you're my homie, bro. But like that marking system is useless.
Tough.
Like
I
don't know who can read that damn marking system.
I can with my glasses.
There you go with your glasses.
Yeah, with your glasses.
My glasses.
With the progressives.
They're like telescope glasses.
I told you about that when we were hanging out before. Seen that? Still sealed.
Oh, the Air Force One deck.
Oh, the
That
Air
is
Force
so
One deck.
cool.
Isn't that cool?
That is so cool.
Still sealed.
That's so dope. When did you get that? That's the question.
How?
When?
Oh, when?
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 90.
Because I was gonna say if you got it in the last 4 years, I'd burn it.
Yeah, 91. 91. I did a world cruise in 1986, 87, 88, 89.
So the original
before,
Bush.
Nope, not before. It'd be 87. I got it. 87. And
all right.
now I can tell.
The Reagan.
It survived the fire. Can you see this end? How it's curled?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It survived my apartment fire.
Dude.
World cruise in 86, and I got it in 87. The customs officer who cleared the ship after the world cruise. Now, Bruce was super nice. We hung out together. He cleared the ship over a 5-day period. And a year later in 87, I was flying through LAX and I got flagged. And they put me in one of those little detention rooms. And I sat for the longest time going, what the hell did I do wrong? And then they came in and in walks Bruce, goes, Shawn, how are you? I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I just wanted to flag you so that the next time you came through, I could meet you. And I was like, this is not the way to meet me. It's like,
dude, you could have just met me at the gate and said hi.
he needed it to be in the system so they could find me, and then to delay me. And then he said apparently he'd cleared Reagan's plane. And he had to go on Air Force One, and they gave him a deck of cards to while away his time. And he looked at it and said, yeah, I'm not opening that. My friend Sean will like that, and just put it away.
Nice.
Which is very cool. I understand the White Houses are the jokers, is what they say, but I haven't opened it.
That's cool.
I saw one on eBay for $4.95. Thought that was a reasonable price.
$495?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the hardest decks to get your hands on.
I think you have to go on Air Force One to get one.
Yeah, no, I mean, $4.95. We've seen easier decks to get that cost a lot more. So,
yeah,
that's crazy.
Like Jerry Nuggets.
Well, even like, I mean, think about like the 11 Madison that Theory 11 did. Like, that's a $900 deck. And you can only get it when you went to the restaurant. Yeah, if you're lucky, but you can only get it if you went to the restaurant. But like, you have a better chance going to the restaurant than you do going on Air Force One. So,
yeah, that's true.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Now, so Cardini deck given to you by Cardini. You have an Air Force One deck. Give us 3 more that are like prized possession decks that you have.
I've got probably 16 boxes, so probably close to 1,000 decks of cards unopened. Those are my unopened ones. I usually buy 2 and I open 1 and I keep 1.
You are 100% a collector of everything, aren't you?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I love this series.
What's that?
It's FISM. And they're super rare. That's the FISM trophy for the World Championship.
Oh,
These are from North America and South America.
Nice.
And so they were designed with the backs to be South America, North America.
Dope.
It's really dope, yeah.
And apparently, in North America, I'm the King of Hearts.
Okay.
Oh, really?
I only got one, so I haven't opened it.
So you can't find out if it's true.
But other people have said, dude, your illustration looks great. So I like that one.
That's cool.
That's a cool series.
I've never seen those. That's pretty dope.
What else is cool? These Penn and Teller ones I really love.
Oh,
those are really cool.
Yeah. And then
kind of looks textured like a
it's all textured. Oh, this is really. Do I have it here? I love this card case. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's actually really cool.
It's the Academy of Magical Arts, the Magic Castle.
Nice.
Oh, sweet.
Isn't that cool? I love it. And inside is the vintage playing cards from the 80s.
Nice. Which
is kind of neat. I don't know. I love them all for different reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one I designed, so I really like that one.
Nice.
They were designed to be palming cards.
Okay.
With black on one end, so that when the card is in between the fingertips.
Oh, brilliant!
It's black in here.
Yeah,
because
brilliant.
People put flesh tone, or what do they call flesh tone? Flesh tone's no good because it doesn't match, and so it just looks like a dark. But if you have black in there, it looks like you're looking right through.
Yeah.
And so Juliana's like my sister. And when we design these are super, super thin.
Nice.
And these are Toshi Yamashudi from Japan, and they were done through Cardwell. But I love them for the stamp. Isn't that a crazy stamp on there?
That's a cool stamp, yeah.
It looks really neat. Back in the day. Yeah, I don't know. I've got too many. I love the art on them. I love to open them and play with them. And then I still want to keep ones. I've got
So perfect.
I got a deck of cards from the Lusitania. Most cruise ships. I haven't found one from Titanic yet. I don't know if they produced a card. I have one of the newer Titanic. When I went to the Titanic Museum, I got one, but I don't know if they actually produced a deck of cards back then, which they probably didn't.
Xavier wants to know whether your printer has a fax machine.
If my printer has a fax machine, that thing is huge, right?
It's like, I want to know about the printer. Is it a Canon? Does it have a fax machine?
It's an Epson.
Okay.
It's an Epson Workforce 3560. So it does full collation and double-sided printing in duplex with color. And I think it actually has a fax thing in it. It's not that old.
Johnny says he doesn't think it's a printer, it's a microwave.
Yeah, it's freaking huge. And I hate it. Absolutely hate it. My wife got this small little elite little thing, but I needed it for double siding for printing of products and things and prototypes. And it does postcard size. So when I sell a product, they get like a registration card. And so the cards are printed like that. And then I need to put in their unique, unlike other products that just have one download code. So once you know it, you can share with 400 people. And then your product no longer has a secret to it.
Yeah.
That one just fascinates me. No, just put in that code. I put in a separate unique code for each person. And yeah, they can share that code, but then I see a different IP address and then I shut them off.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And so I need to print on the card stock. So I get the cards printed.
What if someone moves and you shut them off?
Their IP usually stays the same. I guess if they move.
How if they move to like a different, I mean, if they live in the same area, it could possibly, but chances are if they move to a different state, it's definitely going to change.
If I see, normally it's somebody where I see the code is used and within like a 24-hour period, I see 5 IP addresses. Yeah. Those are the people I shut down. If you download it 2 years later, it's a different IP address. I assume you moved, or even 3 months. But on the same day, when a guy pays only $10 for a download and there's 3 different IP addresses, I go, oh, we shared $3 each. Isn't that special? Fascinates me. Just fascinates me. I put out my HG effect for $10 just as an experiment. It was easily a $30 download. I think it's one of the strongest. My version of any card, any number, using a borrowed shuffled deck, 3 phases. I think it's really solid. I went, I'm going to put it at $10 to show you that it doesn't matter what the price is. Thieves are thieves. And I was right. It was like within hours, it was torrented for $3.99. And I'm like, wow, it's just like $10 to $3.99. It's like,
well, we'll add that link down below.
the torrented one. You go right ahead. It's great.
Yeah, we'll add the
weight or whatever. Yeah.
We'll put the Napster one on there.
You know, I wrote all those cease and desists and they went nowhere. But
they never do.
But I wrote a letter to what's the biggest one that think of
LimeWire?
Pardon me?
LimeWire, Napster.
No. After those, it's like the server itself. It's big. It still operates to this day.
Like
Pirate
Mega.
Pirate
Yeah.
Bay.
Oh, Pirate Bay.
Not Pirate Bay, but the one.
Mega Upload.
Yeah. So I wrote to their CEO and said, hi, I realize that you don't need to hear from me. I worked in the motion picture industry for more than 2 decades, and I'm totally cool with you ripping off a movie because I never got paid what I was worth. And the fact is, if they're $1 billion companies and you feel the need to take a few dollars from them, that's a moral choice. I'm not going to do it, but I understand how many of your people will. Let me tell you who I am. My name's Shawn. This is like 8 years ago. I said, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I'm trying to put her through with her education and to give her a college education so she can be better than I am. And I'm doing it with a deck of cards and my creativity. And you're killing me.
Right.
I said, I realized when you built your platform, it wasn't to kill people like me, but it is. And I just wanted you to know. And I got this beautiful email back from the president of the company going, it was never our intention to do this. If you give me the name of the files or similarities, we'll put it into our system to block anything that even comes up remotely like it.
Nice.
And
that's awesome.
For years, nothing popped up. Years. And I was like, that was so cool. Because I just wrote it out of frustration. I didn't write it expecting anything back. And I got this thing back. And it was like, I said, even if you never do this, that you wrote me back and said you were is enough. It just made me feel like, I wasn't a lonely voice losing something out there.
Right. And then 10 years later, it ends up back on there and you're like, oh, they must have sold the company.
Yeah. I had a great one. Somebody posted in some forum. It said, "Hey, does anybody got the template for Shawn's Torn to Pieces?" And I responded with, "Yeah, I do. It's on the DVD. The DVD sells for $20. It's an incredible effect for $20, and you get a DVD, blah, 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 blah." And the person wrote back and said, "Yeah, if you didn't rip us off with a $20 DVD, I'd probably buy it. Signed Mandy, Magic Mandy." And I wrote back and said, "You must really not understand the industry. I have to give 60% off, which means I only make 40%, which means on a $20 DVD, that's $8. In that $8, I had to pay for the production studio, the cameras, the lighting. I had to pay for someone to do the graphic design. I had to pay to have the DVDs replicated, printed, paid for the amaze case, the printing of the cover, the slip cover, the cellophane wrapping. The insertion cost more to have something inserted. I had to pay for the inserted photo that went inside. I make about $2 off of each DVD in profit.
Yeah.
Probably more like $4, but still 50% in production cost." And I said, if you think that stealing it from me because I'm making $4 for my creative, process and the fact, then knock yourself out. And they came back with "screw you" and whatever. It was so wonderful. It's years later. I'm on the Disney Wonder. And this person walked up to me after the show and said, "Hi, can I buy you a coffee?" They're like 20 years of age. And I'm like, "Sure. How are you? Are you a magician?" I said, "I love magic. I used to do it a lot." I said, "Cool. What's your name?" They said, "Mandy."
Uh-oh.
And I have an eidetic memory. And it was like, the first thing that popped in my head was Magic Mandy. And I wrote it off and went, "Nope." We had a coffee. We talked for a little bit. I didn't have a coffee. I had a tea, but we talked for a little bit. And they said, "I actually called you here because I want to apologize to you." I said, "Magic Mandy, so good to meet you in person." And their face just changed. "What? You remember me?" "Of course I remember you." It was like, we talked for like an hour. They apologized, said I was a kid and I didn't understand. And even when you explained it, I didn't care because, and I was like, "I think it's really big of you that you actually wanted to talk to me and apologize." They're like, "Yeah." I said, "I never even thought about it until you walked out on the stage and I watched your show. And at the end of the show, I thought, God, I have to say something to this guy." And I thought, that's really cool.
Yeah, that really is cool.
We hung out, did some magic, and I believe they're still back into magic and performing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you message him and be like, "Here's a download code for my video"?
Yeah. I did that. A kid sent a photograph. They said, "Dear Mr. Farquhar, I vigorously used my DVD to the point it no longer works."
Oh, man.
I vigorously used my DVD. And I'm thinking, well, you only have to use it once, download the stuff off of it because it's got like the CD-ROM area, the DVD-ROM area. You download those files and you're done with it. So I wrote back and said, "If you could just send me a photograph of you holding the DVD." That's why I have registration codes, because of this one person. I said, back then, "If you could just send me a photograph of you holding the DVD in your hand, it'll be proof of purchase, and I'll be happy to mail you another one absolutely free." Well, they should buy a Photoshop program because they photoshopped in holding the DVD in their hand. The DVD was correct, but their T-shirt and everything was backwards.
Oh, my God.
They were in front of a big, huge Samsung, like 70-inch television set, wearing these really cool kicks. They were like Nike something with the red fluorescent and the yellow striping on them. Easily worth $300, the shoes. The shirt was worth $50, and they're cheating me on a $20 DVD. And I wrote back, I said, "Before I send you this DVD, you might want to invest in better Photoshop skills." It was even translucent. You could see the thumb through the graphic of the
That's terrible. Dude, people go to ridiculous lengths. It probably, I think this is where a lot of it comes in, and it kind of touches on this idea as well, as the time value of money. Like, people don't understand that the amount of time he probably spent to do that, even poorly, was worth as much money of his time as just going out and buying it.
Precisely. My suggestion to him, I wrote, and he said something vulgar. So I actually posted the picture of him. Maybe it was the wrong thing to do, but I don't think it was. I posted
the funny thing to do.
I said, "You just got to check this person out." Maybe I should. He's young, like 15. I should have fuzzed his face. Now I think
Totally
wrong. I didn't. I said, "Check this young person out. This is the photo, and this was the exchange." And the person private messaged me and said, "I know the young man. He's in Florida and a member of my magic club."
Yeah.
And so I said, "Oh, So then I removed the picture off, going, he really is in the magic community, and I don't want him to be ostracized. I just thought he was some fringe person. So then I messaged the person and said, would you be comfortable giving me his parents' phone number? He said, I would. So I phoned. And I said, hi, my name is Shawn, and spoke to his mother and said, my name is Shawn. I'm a magician. She goes, oh, and how can I help you? I said, your son's a big fan of mine. Recently, he did something that I thought was a little unethical, and I just wanted you to know so you were aware of what was going on in your son's life. And I explained the situation. She goes, well, that's not a big thing. I said, pardon me? She said, that's not a big thing. Well, he tried to steal, a $20 DVD, basically. She goes, oh, I'm sure when you were a kid, you didn't steal candy from, a store. And I went, you're right. I never stole candy from a store. If I did, my father would have beat me within an inch of my life. I said, we lived on the road and we lived by his reputation. And wherever we went, I was the new kid in town and was closely watched. And I would never, ever dream of doing that. I remember living by the gray store, which was blue, by the way, but they called it the gray store. And if I ever stole anything, my father would have made me paint the place gray. I'm sure of it. She just didn't get it. She said, oh, it's just this childish little thing that kids do. And I was like, all right. And now I see where he got his ethics, and we're good with that. Because,
she was probably holding the camera that took the picture of him with his empty hand.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my God.
He's like, Mom, can you replace my DVD? Or no, can you get me a DVD of Shawn Farquhar? And she's like, no, stand in front of the TV. I'll take a picture, then we'll get you one.
We'll get you one. Now, just so you know, I'm not a jerk. I had a gentleman write me and say, I'm really disappointed. I bought your DVD and it broke in the mail. And I wrote and said, I'm happy to replace it. Normally, inside the amaze case, inside of a padded envelope, there's a pretty good chance it's going to make it there. Good. Please just, give me an address and I'll send it to you. And he wrote back and said, well, I don't need you to send it to me. I need you to send it to my grandson. And I said, oh. So then I said, can you give me your order number so that I can trace it? And he goes, well, I don't have an order number. Why don't you have an order number? He said, I bought it in person from you. And I'm confused. He said, if you bought it in person from me, how did it break in the mail?
Oh, God.
She responded, I bought the DVD 7 years ago on a cruise. So now I realize it's not even a product DVD. It's my gift DVDs that I sold on the ship.
Yeah.
And he goes, I bought it from you 7 years ago. And every summer, my grandson would come and spend time with me. And this was his favorite thing to do. We connected on your DVD. This year, my grandson has chosen not to come home because he has a girlfriend. He's not coming to the summer to spend with me. So I thought I would mail him the DVD. And when it arrived at his house, it was broken.
Oh.
And I responded with, please give me your grandson's mailing address and I'll make
it
there safely.
No, that's amazing.
DVD.
Which is nothing to me.
That's great.
Whatever. But boy, his logic was really out there. It's like, you should explain the whole thing.
Yeah, he definitely took the most roundabout way to get to an ultimately, good reason to need a new one. But damn, yeah.
That's a great story. And the fact that she got it from
7 years ago. Great. I had a guy who complained his DVD broke when he took it out of the amaze case. He said, as he pulled it out, it cracked and broke in half. And I'm like, well, you're supposed to push the little button in the center. And I said that. I wrote back, I'm really sorry it broke, but if you push the button in the center, it releases it very easily. To which he responded, is that what that's for? And I wrote back, are you joking or did I teach you something? He said, you taught me something. I said, great. So I told my wife to mail him a new one, and she had to phone him. And when she phoned, you'll never believe what he does for a living.
Please don't tell me he designs DVD cases.
Video replication company.
And he didn't know how a DVD case worked? Well, that's also a little suspect.
I'm sure the company's out of business by now.
I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah.
What do you know what he did? Video replication. I'm thinking, well, maybe he's never actually put a DVD in. He only works with the cassette or with the digital format and doesn't actually work with the finishing product. It could be the only answer.
Oh my God.
Because everybody knows you push on the center.
Yeah. Yin said he bought a wallet trick from, there you go. From you, and there was a blemish.
I bought a wallet trick from Shawn. It was a blemish.
Two replacements. Absolutely. I remember that. That's Stephen Bargatze's I Hate Kids. Do you know that trick? Best.
No.
Oh, so Stephen Bargatze put out a trick up here.
Sweet. We get to see a trick.
No, it's called I Hate Kids. Can't have a better title for a trick.
That's a great.
Dude, I love the fact that you don't open that either. Do you have two DVDs, one open and one closed?
Well, I produced this, so I have about 1,000 of them. I wanted to do the trick. I wanted to do the trick desperately, and I asked Stephen Bargatze for permission. He said yes. He said the problem is you're never going to find the wallets. I only have the one set, and I treat them with. I said, "Can I look at them?" He looked at them and said, "I have a leathersmith. He can make them." So then I went to leathersmith, had a set made. I showed him to Bargatze. He said, "These are better than mine." I said, "Yes." And he says, "Can I have a set?" I said, "Well, why don't we make a lot of them and you sell the routine?" And he goes, "You think people will buy it?" I said, "Everybody and their grandmother will buy it because it's so strong." It's a bank night routine where you put the coin in or whatever, a bill into one purse. You get 3 purses. They look like this.
Yeah.
The little coin purse.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. It's got Stephen Bargatze's little SB in the corner, which is neat. If you take and you can see, go like that. So you can see it's a nice shiny silver. It's this is my Cabaret of Wonder coin. Has my Lord's logo on the back. Look at that.
I love it.
I drop it in there. You can see it go in there. That's very cool. If I open it back up, this is the Hidden Wonders coin. It's a Hidden Wonders coin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes back in, and that's the Cabaret of Wonders coin. It's not like the quiver. You can feel around all you want to inside. There is no secret pocket in the inside. No little flange on the side. This came out decades before. What's really cool is I can just like this reach in. I can take out the coin and put the coin back in. You can see that there's nothing in there. It's very cool.
Awesome.
I can take it back out. So yeah, his had a little blemish. So it might as well send him 2. It's so much easier. For me, it's making sure that the person is happy because we're a really small community. And I have a friend. I was at a lecture. I won't mention the friend's name, but I was doing my lecture, and a person, they said, I ran out, and I said, "I'm out of this, but if you pay me, I will ship it, and I will even pay the shipping." And the guy goes, yeah, I was already fooled by another guy. I paid for it. I've never seen it. And I was like, "Oh, wow, who's that?" And he told me, and it was a friend of mine. I said, "Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. I guarantee it will come. In fact, don't even pay me. I'll ship it to you. Just give me an address, and then you can send me the money. That way you know that everything's cool." He goes, "What?" And I said, "I'll just ship it to you. Once you get it, then you send me the money." Because that's a weird way to do business. I said, No, I'm fine with that. Just I want to make you happy."
Yeah.
So I shipped it to him with the product of my friends because I'd been at his lecture about a month before and had bought that product and hadn't opened it yet. So I put it in and mailed both of them to him. And he wrote me and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you contacted him and got him." And I said, yeah. He was totally apologetic. He just missed you in the orders. He still doesn't know because I never contacted him. I just wanted to make sure my friend was back in somebody's graces and was better than he was.
Yeah, dude, that's a real
Small
friend,
community.
That's a good man right there. That's for sure.
It's just a small community, and it's too easy to screw somebody over to then say, "Well, they screwed that person over, might as well screw another person over." And
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
later in life, I had a conversation with my friend and said, "Hey, have you ever?" And he was like, "Yeah, I had a period where I did like a month and I lost all my records on it." And I'm like, "You should like maybe reach out to the clubs and say you lost your records." I belong to a group and they lost all their financial records for paying the dues for the year. And they said, "All we'll do is we'll just contact everybody and say, hey, we lost them. So if you didn't pay, can you pay now?" I said, "Do you think anybody's going to pay?" He says, "Yeah, that's not a good idea, right, Shawn?" I said, "No, not a good idea."
Yeah, they must have lost a lot of money then.
Yeah, that's brutal. Listen, that's the right way to do it though. And I think that builds much more longevity with your customer base when you treat people better than well,
Treat them like you want to be treated yourself.
Exactly. And that's all people want. People just want the respect there. And I think a lot of people as merchants don't always remember that, or they try and do the bare minimum to make someone happy. And at the end of the day, like that doesn't leave as much of a sour taste, but that doesn't also bring people back,
I think there's some people who demand too much too. So there's both sides of the coin. I've had people demand things that were just insane. And Um, I've had people go, I bought this thing and it doesn't work. And so then I said, well, let's hook up together back in the days of Skype. Now with Zoom. I did one with Zoom just the other day. The guy says, I bought this thing and it doesn't work. I said, hey, when's good for you? Just today I did one with a fellow and he just misunderstood something. And when I showed him, he goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I've taken your time. Nope. And he goes, I'll let you go. No, I want you to work through it. Let's make sure you've got it now. Oh, I totally get it now. And I'm like, then show me. And then he did. He goes, there. And I said, there, it works. He goes, dude. And I said, you want to see something weird I've been working on? And I showed him another thing. He goes, what? And I said, here, let me show you how it works. I'm getting like a private lesson. I said, yeah, but I'm okay with that. So there's both sides of it. Sometimes one person wrote and said, it's broken and I want my money back. And I'm like, first you have to show it's broken. Send me a photograph. Well, I'm not sending you a photograph. It's broken. I already threw it out. I'm like, okay, so you don't have it. There's no proof it's broken and you don't have it. Why? What do you expect me to do? I want my money back. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know you. You've never ordered from me before. Give me a couple of references. People you and I both know. Any mutual friends? I'm like, no. I said, okay, then you're probably a jerk. So I'm not giving you shit.
Oh my God. That is too funny. Oh man. So, we do have one last question that we want to ask for the night here before we ask the audience if they have any other questions, because we always like to give everyone a chance here. But so, Steve kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but I wanted to do it in a more controlled environment because I feel like we were off on so many different tangents. But, all that time working on a cruise ship and working for Disney, I mean, I think that's an epic kind of thing, and it seems like you really enjoyed the time with it. What's one of the craziest cruise experiences you had, good or bad, while you were either on stage or even just participating in the Disney Cruise Line?
So I love Disney. I think they're one of the best products in the entire world. My time with Disney is probably going to be a memorable part of my career. And I've had lots of positive experiences. Here's a fun one. So I didn't just exclusively work for Disney. At one time I was working for Holland America, Royal Caribbean, and Disney at the same time.
Nice.
And so I did a cruise for Holland America. They flew me to Hawaii, put me up in this beautiful Waikiki hotel. I took a picture, put it on my Instagram. Oh my God, look at this hotel. Because it was way above what I was normally with the beach, Waikiki Beach, the whole thing. Then I did the cruise and they let me off in Fiji. In Fiji, they put me up in this big resort for the night. And I was like, oh my God, Holland America is treating me like a king. Look at this beautiful Fijian, beachfront cabana that I'm in. I flew from Fiji to Mexico to board a Royal Caribbean ship. And they put me up in an all-inclusive hotel that was unfreaking believable. And I took a picture and said, wow, I thought I had it with Holland America, but look what RCI just did for me. Unbelievable. I do the RCI cruise, come back into Mexico, and I fly to join the Disney ship. And on the way there, I get to Washington Dulles, and the plane has some problem with the water. It will not water gauge, showing fresh water. They know they filled it, but unless the gauge is, they can't fly. Yeah. And I'm frantic going, you have to tell me this plane's going to fly in the next hour, because if it doesn't, I'm going to miss my connection. I have to be in Bahamas tomorrow, and you're not going to make it there. And the lady said, don't worry, we'll be there. It won't be a problem. 2 hours go by. She goes, well, it looks like we're not going to be able to make it. I said, you need to get my luggage off your plane now. And they're like, what? And I said, I need my luggage. I'm no longer flying with you. I have to find a way to get there. She said, what? I said, look, I work for Disney Cruise Lines, and the ship is going to leave. If I don't get there, I miss it. I miss the contract. Lots of people disappointed, me especially. So she arranges for the luggage to be taken out of the plane, brought up to me at my gate, and I phone the Disney people, and they go and say, what do you need, Shawn? I said, I need a plane. My plane isn't working. Give us 20 minutes. Where are you? Dulles Airport. 15 minutes goes by. Go to gate 43. There's a ticket waiting for you. Oh my God, I arrived. Where are you going? I said, my name's Shawn Farquhar. Oh, here. Go here. Race down there. You're going to a different gate. I get there. It's a 20-seater plane. We fly in the 20-seater plane. It takes me to Fort Lauderdale. I get off, and there's a person with a Disney sign going, Shawn? I said, Shawn. He said, come with me. Race me over. Here's a private charter plane. Get on this private charter plane. I got on a plane with just me and a pilot and my luggage. We fly. We get to this island. I can't even remember the name of the island. Sandspit something. We land on the island, and the guy says, there's a driver waiting for you. I'm like, sweet. I think I'm there. I'm not there. The driver goes, okay, we've got about an hour and 40-minute drive. We're going to the other end of the island. Awesome. We get to the other end of the island, and there's just a pier. I mean, there is nothing there. There's a building and a pier, and it's a big, long pier. And he says, you might want to wait at the end of the pier. The boat will be here soon. And I'm like, boat? He says, we're taking you on a boat because Disney was on the private island of Castaway Cay, which is on the Keys next to Copperfields. This boat comes sailing up. And the guy says, magic guy. Magic guy. Get on in. Chartered boat takes me across the ocean over to this private. I arrive. I walk up to the gangway. I walk up and they said, Shawn, you're on in 45 minutes. I said, of course I am. Walked in, put my luggage down. Didn't even go to my room. Just put on my suit, put my microphone on, unpacked a few things, curtains open. Hey, folks, how's your cruise going?
Nice.
Oh my God, that is too funny.
I am
that
sure
doesn't happen. That's
easily $5,000 to
movie quality
$7,000.
right there.
Easily $5,000 to $7,000 to have me do my little half-an-hour stint. It was very special.
Yeah, but dude, that's like 5 hamburgers for them.
That's next level, though. That's next level.
Yeah, they went beyond and beyond and beyond to make sure I got there to please their guests and to finish it off.
That's awesome now. So definitely an enjoyable, like you said, an enjoyable part of your life there working for Disney and something you'll definitely never forget. But dude, it sounds like you got to see a lot of the world though, traveling on the cruise ships.
I got to see everything, everything I ever dreamed. I've been to every continent except for Antarctica. I posted on Facebook 2 years ago. I said, I've been on every continent except for Antarctica. And the next day I got a private message from a guy who said, my son is in charge of the entertainment for the American-Russian base. I guess they share a base there. And he said, it takes 2 weeks to get there and a week and a half to come back. And you'll be there for 7 days. Does it interest you? And I came back with, maybe in the future.
That's a long excursion. I mean, to say you've been on every continent.
I don't know if I trust it. Russia and USA, but yeah, no, I'm good. Thanks.
I've done ones like Tuktoyaktuk and Alaskan Alert. Alert was hilarious. It's like the furthest northern military base. And I got off with 2 girl dancers were the assistants. And when we got off, there was like 80 men who hadn't seen women in like 7 months. And it was like, just stay close to me, girls. Oh yeah, we're right here, not moving an inch from your shoulder shot. It's like, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is too funny. Well, guys, I have to say, first off, this has been an absolutely epic episode. I know I said that about an hour ago, and that has not changed by any measure. It's actually become more epic going throughout this. But as we always like to do towards the end of an episode, we always like to throw out a last-minute call for questions from the chat. Shawn, I got to say, man, this has been an absolute pleasure, though, getting to know you better, getting to hear the amazing things you've done with your life. And honestly, I have no doubt that this is not even, half of what you have ahead of you even.
Yeah, I still got more. I got Hidden Wonders.
100%, man. And once this is all, I was going to say, once this is all said and done with COVID and you're back up and running, have no doubt that Steve and I will be making a trip up to check out a show.
First drink at the bar is on me.
Delightful. Steve doesn't drink. Steve doesn't drink. Do I get 2?
There you go. 2 for Tyler and Steve. I'll buy you a chocolate bar.
I don't eat chocolate.
It would be the cheapest date I've ever had.
I drink tea. We'll do tea.
Oh, I've got the best tea in the world. David's Peachy. Have you had that?
No.
Oh, I just bought $100 worth of it.
Oh my God.
Nice. Right on. I'll have to try it.
It's actually got dried peach in the bag. It's to die for.
Nice. I love peach.
Okay, wow. So every time I ask for a question, or we're getting all these crazy facts here. Let's see. We got, ask him to tell about the guy he met on a ship that did not commit suicide because of him. So you've saved people's lives other than just the fire incident.
Yeah, that's a fun, for me, that's really poignant. He wrote me a letter. I got a letter on the ship one day. Cruise director said, hey, this letter is addressed to a magician on ship. I think it means you. And I read the letter and knew exactly. I just finished a show and we were on the Norwegian Star. And after the show, we were in Alaska. My family and I go to the Blue Lagoon, have burgers, something to eat. And after that, I couldn't sleep, so I was up. And I was out by the deck walking around the promenade, and there was a guy, and I went over and struck up a conversation. He was by the rail, I was by the rail. We started talking. Next thing turned to magic. I told him the first book to get, Royal Road to Card Magic. It's a great place to start because it teaches them a little bit, then shows you an effect, then teaches another slight, and then two, and then continue. And oh, that's really cool. We talked until the sun came up. It was literally, Alaska, so it's not like the sun is down for a long period of time. And sun came up, people got up to do their sightseeing and take pictures of Glacier Day, and I went to bed. Thought nothing of it. It wasn't until I read the letter, and it was a couple of years later, he wrote and said that he'd gone on that cruise. It was originally a cruise for his family, but his son had got cancer and died as a result.
Okay.
His wife divorced, too much stress in the world, and he went on the cruise and had decided he was going to kill himself that night. And he'd seen the show, thought it was fun. He wanted to go out on a high note, and when I walked up to him, he was just preparing to go over the rail. And you started to talk to me, and you just wouldn't shut up. He said, next thing I knew, there were people around us, and didn't seem like the right thing to do. And he said the next night, I felt better about myself. And when I got home, I ordered Royal Road to Card Magic and started practicing some card tricks. He said, about a year and a half went by. I was in a cafe, and I asked this cute little Irish redhead if she'd like to see a card trick, and we're getting married, and I wanted you to know and hope that you'd come to my wedding. I didn't go to his wedding. I didn't know what to say. Hey, glad you didn't off yourself. It's really great that you're doing card. But it was one of those moments. I just had another one. I don't think I can share it. I haven't written, but I had another one that was very similar during COVID time. And they said that just listening to talk, and they were at a point where they really thought they were going to kill themselves, and decided no, that freaks me out. I have a small collection of them now. Yeah. I just thought I do card tricks, and I think it's really, and I think about how many I've done positive, and it makes me wonder if I've ever done any negative. And I hope to God I haven't, because the positive ones really uplift you, and then you hope that anything I ever said in jest or bitterly isn't something that people actually, relate to.
Yeah.
Can get past it. Our words do mean something. And it's really cool when our words mean something and you can actually get some tangibility out of it. When somebody validates it and says, hey, I'm here because, that really freaks me out.
I'm sure.
Tyler and I talk about it. It's we've talked about it on the show, and you never know what kind of day somebody's having. And what it comes down to is you just saying, "How was your day?" or responding to a message. We've talked about people that when you write to your idol or someone you look up to, and they read it and they don't respond, it's like they might be in a really bad place. They might be really insecure, and they're reaching out to someone just for some validity, some response, and maybe their last ditch effort to reach out and get accepted, I guess you could say. And all it takes is, hey man, thanks for messaging me. I appreciate that. And that could change someone's life.
Absolutely. Even a thumbs up to a reply. I don't think there's a single reply I've not on anything on any. Sometimes it takes a long time. I didn't even know there was a section. There was a secondary section in Facebook where people that weren't attached. Yep. And I found it one day, and there was 80 of them. And I wrote every one of them. Some were 3 years old. And I said, I'm sorry, it's taken me 3 years to respond, but it's only because I didn't know you wrote me. And they were like, I can't believe you actually wrote me back 3 years later. I said, now we're having a conversation, which is cool.
Yeah, no, it's so awesome.
Yeah, that's so true.
And they wrote that when you walk through the doors from backstage to front stage, they have signs. And the sign that struck me the most was, it said, just remember, maybe their dog died today.
Yeah.
And it was just a thing. You don't know what's happening in that person's world. Just because yours is okay doesn't mean that they're not venting at you because their world was horrible today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, and that's where it just, a part of humanity comes in. It's, you give them the opportunity and you share something with them, and if they can share that back, then that's great. And we just have to keep in mind that like you said, we don't know what other people are going through.
Yeah,
I'm guilty. I'll say F that guy sometimes. Tyler will back me up on that one.
Yeah.
I joined the club. There's like I got a list of people that hate me, and I got a list of people that I hate back. It's like I'm pretty sure if we sat in a room together, there wouldn't be as much hate, but it just builds up.
Yeah, it's true. No, for sure. Well, I mean, that's definitely some great advice, and because this community is so small, and can be very toxic at times, and
oh yeah.
We all got to stick together, especially during these crazy times. And we are just trying to do
jabs at magicians when I thought they were stupid, and then afterwards went and said, "Someday I'm going to be in a room with that guy. I would rather it not be. If I'm going to tell him it, I'd like to tell him it to his face. You suck, or you're not good for magic. But if I'm going to say it, I want to do it in front of him, not surreptitiously.
Yeah,
right.
But I'm guilty of it.
Of course, we all are. And I think the most important thing is admitting it and understanding it. And when it is confronted to you, then you deal with it. And you talk about it like a human, not like a coward,
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Well, dude, this has been a clinic, and it's been awesome. Really,
it absolutely has.
This is the fastest hour I've ever done.
Right? What are we looking at? 4 hours.
Yes, it's just about to roll.
Dang.
But dude,
it's at least another 30 seconds.
We got 30 seconds left for sure for just the wind down here. But no, we really do appreciate it, man. We really, again, we love having people on to just get to know people better on these shows, and it really has been a fun time. Hopefully you've enjoyed the evening as well.
Great form.
And I feel like
I'm so happy you invited me to do this.
Dude, honestly, I mean, listen, we would love to have you on anytime you want, because I feel like even going into 4 hours of it, we've probably only scratched the surface of the amazing stories you've lived through your life, man. So we really do appreciate it. Yeah, and again, you're always more than welcome on the show. Maybe we'll get you on again for the, even though it's a while off, our 24-hour extravaganza we do around the holidays next year.
Cool. We get Xavier, Spider, and me all together. Spidey, and we'll just
perfect.
We can have all you guys together. Yeah, I mean, it gets a little. We usually try and get Spidey and Xavier on around probably hour 16-ish, hour 17-ish, because then we get a little bit of loopy and it all works out perfect. So it'll be a fun time.
And a lot of young people are sleeping.
Yeah, young people are sleeping. That's the other good one about it. But dude, we really do appreciate you coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure. Everyone, make sure to stick around too, because we do still have to announce next week's guest, and we got a quick ad roll we're gonna run here. So make sure to stick around. Where's the button? There we go.
Hummingbird feathers mimics the shimmer of a hummingbird in motion. Meticulously created with a specialized printing process using multiple holographic foils. Stunning tuck design and sculpted embossing with master letterpress creation. Featuring limited, standard, and gilded 3-deck sets. Pre-order yours today at marvelousdecks.com.
That gilded edge is pretty.
It is. We're super excited to get it in hand. It's going to be beautiful.
Pretty.
So, guys, next week's guest is going to be, and actually he was in the chat tonight too. So this will be a fun one. Next week's guest is going to be Scott Dyer. So if you don't know Scott, Scott is a phenomenal card stacker, card artist. He does beautiful kirigami cuts of playing cards. Really just an all-around artist. Where's this button here? Hold on. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go.
I love kirigami.
No, it's absolutely beautiful stuff. But, he does absolutely beautiful work. So, yeah, we're really excited to have Scott on, talk to him, pick his brain up, obviously, about playing card structures and all that fun stuff, but just in general, how he got into it and the whole journey with it, because it's beautiful stuff. He has some really, really tall structures. I think he has some 20, 30-foot structures, which are, insane. I don't even, and no glue or anything. It's all self-sustaining, which
Tyler, you know that he's literally right down the street from you, pretty much?
Is he really? Well,
yeah, he's you guys are like neighbors.
I might have to find out where he is, and maybe we'll just have him. I'll have him come over. We can do it for 2 people here. But nice. We're really excited to have Scott on. But again, Shawn, listen, this has been an absolute blast, man. We really do. This has been crazy fun, and it's been a while since we hit the 4-hour mark. So,
yeah, since Alex.
Yeah, somewhere around there with Alex. So it's been a bit, but we appreciate it, man. Hopefully that stew is still warm for you tonight.
Oh, she's got sitting in a hot pot. It'll be good all evening.
There you go, man.
It's perfect. You guys stay safe, stay sane.
So much. Yeah, thank you.
We'll see you in the after party in a minute.
See you in the after party. Thank you everyone for coming on too. We really do appreciate all of your support. Make sure to check out the video. If you didn't check out all of it, make sure to check out the replay. I'm like getting tongue tied here at 4 hours. This is always when it happens. But if you didn't catch the whole thing, make sure to check out the replay. It should be up and available shortly. Also, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Obviously, we drop these lives every week, but we also do deck reviews, magic reviews, and so much more. So make sure to tune in. We actually have a live coming up this Sunday. That's a little bit of an impromptu new thing we're checking out, so we'd love to get your guys' feedback on it. We're going to be sitting down with Derek McKee of Pure Imagination Projects to talk about their Wonder playing cards that just came out. So make sure to tune in for that. We'll drop a time on the Instagram. And again, thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Peace.
Peace.